going to be giving us an update on the employee compensation market survey, and then also he has some documentation in the percent increases in salaries for state employees. Stephen.
I think it's just this memo you see here. It should have the KLRD heading up top. This is just an excerpt from our Fiscal Facts publication over the years. It provides a 20-year summary of the salary increases implemented across the state. There's also some information on there about increases to salaries for Regents faculty as well as for classroom teachers. We also included columns for the inflation rate keyed off of the CPIU Midwest as well as private sector wages based on Department of Labor information. There are a number of footnotes in here to provide some additional information and context. If you have any additional questions either now or later, feel free to reach out to me. The only other thing I'd like to note is that throughout this 20 years that are represented here, you'll see a small variety of ways that state employee pay has been addressed in the state. You've seen flat increases across all state employees in some years. You've seen dollar amounts, bonuses for other years. And then more recently, you've seen these market pay-based adjustments that we've seen in 24 and 25. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next conferee unless the committee has any questions for me.
We'll see if there's any questions. Thank you, Stephen. Are there any questions for Stephen? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
I believe Craig is going to be giving us the update on the employee compensation market survey. Craig.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Craig Knowlton. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Management for the Department of Administration and also the Director of Personnel Services. Here today to provide the results of the 2024 Market and Benefits Survey that the Legislature instructed the Department of Administration to conduct. The materials, you should have this packet. This is basically what we have here. It contains the actual results of the surveys as well as some additional information regarding how the surveys are conducted, and then some bullet points on observations on the results of both surveys and comparisons from last year to this year. If it's okay with the committee, I was planning to kind of briefly cover the survey process and what we did to make the survey a little bit more comprehensive than in the past, and then we'll move on to the actual results and kind of go through those a little bit. I apologize in advance. This will require hopping around a little bit in the materials because we provided those as an appendix. So if that's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and get rolling.
That's fine. Proceed.
Thank you. So what I'm going to cover now is at page 12 of the presentation. And it's basically an overview of our process. So the first thing to identify is the comparator market. So who are we comparing to? Who do we survey? So in the very first comprehensive pay study that was done by the Hay Group back in 2008, their recommendation was that our comparator market should be the private and other public sector employers within the state, as well as 8 surrounding states. So those states are Arkansas, Colorado, Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. Now, I know New Mexico and Wyoming kind of jump out there because they're not right around us, but they were included by the Hay Group because the Hay Group was working with them. They had fairly comparable sizes of state government, and then the way the population was distributed in the states was similar to Kansas, so they suggested including those. So as far as the survey process, for the other in-state employers, the Office of Personnel Services within D of A conducts an annual salary survey. So the survey had previously been done on a 3-year revolving cycle, meaning that roughly 1/3 of the state's jobs were surveyed every year. That was originally determined because, quite frankly, if we send out a survey of 350 plus benchmarks, we're just not going to get results from especially the smaller employers. So there were some concerns about that being, 3 years might be a little too long to have that data. So we have actually changed that to a 2-year cycle. So now we can ensure that our data is never more than 2 years old. And that's pretty solid with respect to industry standards for compensation. Last year, we sent out surveys to 506 in-state employers. And the listing of the 119 employers that responded can be found in the appendix at page 23. So for the information from other states, we use the information from the National Compensation Association of State Governments. That's the NCASG. And they conduct an annual survey of nearly all states. Pretty much the Northeast and California are really the only ones left out. Everybody else participates. So it's also important to note that the survey does not include every level of a job. So for example, the state of Kansas has 5 levels of accountant. So rather than including all 5 as benchmarks, what we do is we will benchmark the accountant 3 level, and then we can use that information essentially to assign the other levels based on market. That actually cuts down on the length of our survey and gives a good representative of the type of work being done. We also don't match on title. We provide a description of the work for each benchmark, and then we ask the employers to provide information for the job in their organization that matches with those duties. Once we get that and we review it, we'll then reach out to respondents where we think it may not be a good match or if we need some additional information. So it's a pretty lengthy process. Now, the pay information that we request is the average pay of all employees performing the duties of that particular benchmark. There are different types of salary surveys. Some compare salary structures. So they'll show different pay plans and how they are. They'll compare starting pay. We prefer to use the actual average because it captures the full spectrum of all employees, from recent hires to the very experienced workers. That's also the way the NCASG does as well. So we're able to basically compare apples to apples. The data from both of those surveys is then combined with the data from in-state employers being weighted at 75%. So the weighting recognizes the fact that in general, the state is far more likely to be competing with other in-state employers than we are with, say, Iowa or Colorado. We recognize that in some places, those states are competitive, so we still think getting that information is very important. So also, we're in benchmarks where the in-state data is not available, either due to a lack of responses from in-state employers or because the job is one performed really only at the state level. We use the NCASG levels exclusively to determine market rate. So in an effort to make the survey more comprehensive, we added 39 new benchmarks. So the 2023 survey had 101 benchmarks, and that covered 6,983 employees who were in those benchmarks at the time of the survey. The 2024 survey had 140 benchmarks that covered 9,943 employees. So that's a 42% increase. So we're covering a lot more employees in the information this year than we have in previous years. Now, as I discussed with the accountants, when you factor in all levels of benchmark jobs, the 2023 survey covered a total of about 65% of the active employees, well, active benefits eligible employees who were in those jobs at the end of the last pay period, December of 2023. This year, ours covers 78.6%. So we think that's a good representation. You know, some of the jobs that we're never going to get matches on are manager, administrator, director, those types of things, just because we can't really compare that to a lot of the private sector. So that's basically a high-level overview. I would like to hit just kind of and follow up what Stephen said about how pay is provided to employees. So there's essentially 3 different ways that pay can be administered to state of Kansas employees. One is an adjustment of the entire structure. That's the old general increase or a COLA. The second is movement of employees through the structure, which is basically step increases. And then the third are focused or targeted increases based on some other type of information. So again, like the market adjustments or specific industries getting focused on. So in general, the common perspective is that an organization that can consistently provide 2 of those 3 forms is usually going to have a functional pay plan. Now, in the past, as you can see from the information that Stephen provided, there were times where we were lucky to get 1. So in FY 21 and 22, there were no statewide pay adjustments. There were some targeted adjustments, so we were doing that. Fortunately, starting in FY 23, we did have a statewide adjustment, and then as Stephen mentioned before, we had statewide adjustments as well as targeted increases the last 2 years. So we think that's a really big reason why the numbers that you're going to see today are better. We're in a better place than we were the past couple of years, and we think it's because there has been attention applied both across the board as well as to targeted areas. So that kind of brings us to the market survey results, which can be found starting at page 18 of the materials. Now, the data is presented in the same format as previous years. There's a lot to take in there. I can give a quick review of how to look at the data if you'd like. So the column on the far left lists the job classes and titles that were used as benchmarks in alphabetical order. The next three columns show the information for state of Kansas positions. The first of those shows the number of employees in the listed benchmark at the time of the survey, and the second shows the average hourly rate of those employees. This is base pay only, so it's not going to include overtime or anything like that. We're just comparing base pay to base pay. The last of those three columns shows the market position of that particular benchmark, and that is determined by comparing the average pay to the market rate column, which is immediately to the right. So a negative number shows that the benchmark is below market average, while a positive number shows that the benchmark is above market average. 0 is they are at market average. So the market rate column shows the average hourly rate for the benchmark based on the data from the 8 columns to the right. The first 4 are from in-state employers, and the last 4 are from other state governments. Within each of those 4 columns, the number of employees is essentially the total number of employees from respondents that match that particular benchmark. The number of organizations column shows the number of individual respondents from each of those groups that provided matches. And the hourly rate is the combined average hourly rate of all employers for that particular benchmark. And finally, the effective date column shows the month and date when the data was collected. As you can see, we don't have any historical data in there. And an NA indicates that there were no matches with other employers on that particular benchmark. So in looking at the data, it is a lot to take in. So just want to point out a few quick comparisons as opposed to just kind of going line by line. And these are covered at page 4. I don't think we need to flip there. I can just cover these as talking points. So in the 2023 survey, 11 of 101 benchmarks were 20% or more below market. In the 2024 survey, there were just 8 out of 140 that were 20% below market. So that's a decrease of 5.2% from year to year. So with the increased number of benchmarks, we believe that's a very solid showing that we're doing a good job of really addressing those that are most in need of adjustment. Flip here. There we go. In the 2023 survey, 28 out of 101 benchmarks were between 5% below and 5% above market. That number increased to 54 of the 140 benchmarks in the 2024 survey. So that's a 10.9% increase from last year. And that's really the sweet spot. You want to be, on average, between 5% below and 5% over. That is a very good place to be on a benchmark-to-benchmark basis, so that is also a very encouraging sign. And then finally, in the 2023 survey, there were just 19 of 101 benchmarks at or above market. In the 2024 survey, that increased to 58 of 140. So that is a 22.6% increase from year to year, which is a major achievement. And I'd also like to point out that having a benchmark above market isn't necessarily a bad thing. In general, longer-term employees are expected to be above market. So with the number of long-term employees that we have in the state, we think that's actually a very good representative of our workforce when looking at it from an average point of view. There are also some jobs where it's been fairly clear that we want to be leaders in the market. So again, that's a good thing to be. So I know in the past there's been, well, they're over market, we don't need to do anything about it. If we would ignore those, we would find ourselves within a couple of years, they would soon be back under market. So overall, we think it's a very encouraging set of information this year. Now, we can't rest on our laurels and proclaim victory, but we've definitely made a lot of headway. So just a couple of quick examples. Let's see, capital area guards. This is one that kind of went the other way. So last year, they were 21% over market. This year, they're 2% under market, even though they received increases. So that's telling us that that market's changing. Who we're comparing to, that market is shifting. So those are the kinds of things that we can pick up on as we go through these things. In looking at our certified nurse aides, last year, they were 12% below market. This year, they're 29% above. So that is due to, we took those differentials and we rolled those into base for those individuals. That made a huge impact. So that is a massive increase for them and is a good thing because that was a really, really difficult class to fill, especially at the soldiers and veterans homes. So those are the types of things that we can go through on kind of a benchmark by benchmark and look at. And for us, we can then kind of drill down and talk with the agencies that have those particular benchmarks and see, are you guys seeing better turnover? Are you guys seeing better applications? So overall, we think it's very encouraging. So I wasn't planning to go line by line or anything because I know that's a ton. But if the agency has, if the committee has any particular questions, be happy to address those now. If not, I can follow up with a written or come back and provide information to whatever committee is appropriate during the regular session if there are those questions. So I'd stand for any questions on the pay component.
All right, thank you, Craig. One thing that we had a subcommittee that was set up in regards to nursing and contract nursing. Mm-hmm. And just by glancing through the survey results and looking at the different criteria for nurses, most of them appear to be over 20%.
Yep.
Yet we're having a hard time filling those positions. So where's the sweet spot there in trying to get those positions filled?
And I know you're going to be talking to KDADs about that a little later, so I will defer to them. But I think a lot of that is, quite frankly, location. Having to pay 20, 30, 40% above market to get a nurse to Larned might be necessary based on just geography there. Whereas in Topeka, we are competitive with the hospitals and other places. So it's also, that is one of the, I would say probably since the pandemic, that has been a hot market. I mean, nurses could pretty much name their price for a while, and it's cooling down. Traveling nurses were just making just unbelievable money during the pandemic. It's kind of cooled down, but we're still seeing it as a hot market. And so nurses really have their pick. It is an employee market at that point. So we need to continue to be competitive on that. So a lot of what they got was, we took those differentials again. So they were getting $1.50 for all employees in 24/7, and then $4.50. So we rolled that into base, and that's why they're now showing significantly above. But if you would look, I think a lot of it is, if you look at the comparators in other states, we're really doing pretty well. So I think if we talk to those other states, they're continuing to have issues with nurses as well. And I'm sure, I think it's Scott later today can kind of share those things. And my guess is a lot of that is really focused on Larned, to be 100% honest.
Okay, and we'll have that discussion with KDADs. But kind of extending off of your comments, when we had this committee a couple years ago, there was a discussion with the state hospitals, with corrections, that perhaps we don't look at pay by the title, but we more look at the market region.
Yes.
So Larned is going to be different, as you said, than Topeka or Wichita, where we're going to be having a state hospital open. So geographically, we probably should be looking at these different institutions differently, because Ellsworth Correctional Facility is in my district. Mm-hmm. 2 years ago, they weren't having problems trying to recruit correction officers. El Dorado was having issues. Mm-hmm. So maybe we need to stop looking at just the position and look at market regions. And we had that discussion for the last 2 years on trying to have, particularly those two departments, look at different ways of what we need to pay our employees based off of the market regions.
And we have the data. The problem is, we're really limited by the number of respondents that we get. So if we get good responses from those particular regions, we're very confident in having a pretty good picture of that data. And we can actually go back and look and kind of go around the different facilities and see if we got really good comparisons, and we can maybe see if there's a regional difference. That's absolutely something we could do. But for example, if, Norton, I know Norton is one that they're continuing to have issues with, who we are able to get, what facilities that we survey out there for corrections officers. Not entirely sure. We'd have to get something from probably those local units of government to have some type of thing. And then we're also looking at, the different states as well. So
I was going to say, the issue with Norton is that there's a correctional facility in Nebraska.
Correct.
That's within 45 minutes to an hour.
Correct.
Of Norton. That pays considerably higher than we do at Norton.
And Nebraska, as part of the NCASG, they pay probably one of the highest rates for entry-level corrections officers throughout all of the states. And all the other states had a little something to say to Nebraska at the last time, because it's like, where are you guys going with this? Now, I think they've addressed a lot of their problems, so they're like, hey, it's working for us. So that's one of the things that we have to take into account. If we would regionalize, we would look at that Nebraska rate and take that out of that 8-state rate and use that alone and then compare with others. And yeah, we're probably going to see something different where we would see that against, say, Lansing. Missouri's rate probably isn't going to be as high as Nebraska's, so that market is going to go down. So that's something that we can go through, especially if we're looking at just, so the corrections and then the 24/7 direct care facilities for nurses and MHDDs and things like that. So we'll go back and see if we can compare some of those benchmarks and kind of regionalize that data, and then we can provide a follow-up.
Okay, no, that'd be good. The next question I have is, you said this is the base pay.
Yes.
Just off the top of your head, how many of these positions are subject to overtime?
Probably the bulk of them. I think some of those, attorneys, some of the more management or higher level supervisor positions would be exempt, but I would say probably 90% of these are going to be overtime eligible. So the problem there is we can get that data, we can get W-2 data with all that in there. Getting that from the other states, we really wouldn't have anything to compare to, and we don't want to artificially inflate our own rates to make us look like we're way over market when we're comparing to just base rates. So that's something that we could look into to see if some of our other states are doing that kind of a comparison and maybe reaching out to them, maybe not necessarily through NCASG, but reaching out to our counterparts and seeing if we can get some of that data as well.
Well, and the issue with overtime is, yeah, you make more money, but also you exhaust the employees.
Absolutely.
By having them work overtime. What's the average overtime hours per week? Do we know that?
I can't tell you that right off. It's going to vary from
position,
from agency to agency, position to position. The 24/7 are probably going to have the most there. I think you can talk to them later today. I think that's gone down because they've been able to fill more positions. When they had huge numbers of vacancies, the overtime was just getting pretty ridiculous. They've been able to fill more of those vacancies, so that's going to fewer shifts that have to be covered by others. So I think it has gone down, but it's still, there's probably more that we could do there. And there's also employees who will volunteer for every hour of overtime they can get, and hey, more power to them if they can. But then I know there's some employees who are like, I wish I didn't have to work as much as I did. So,
well, and that's one thing to keep in mind is actually by raising the base salary or the base rate is a cost savings, because overtime costs quite a bit more than just raising the starting pay.
And that's what we've always said is, in the long run, hiring more people is going to save you money as opposed to having other people cover those shifts. It's going to take a little bit of time to kind of even out, but hitting that balance is tough to achieve.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about Larner here, which is quite an issue, but between Larner and Osawatomie, and we can't continue to pay $40 million in traveling services. I mean, we've got to figure this thing out. We got to figure it out quickly, because we've had several years of this, and it's not sustainable.
Yep.
Do you have any ideas on this?
I don't. I'm kind of waiting to see what KDADS has to present, and then they've been asking us for this type of data. But as far as any plans, I know they had instituted, and the legislature had allowed them to use some bonuses that aren't available to other agencies. I don't know, it's only been since the beginning of the fiscal year, so I don't know how much information they have. I don't know if that's helped them recruit, and I know they had some retention things. So that's certainly something that we could look at if that proves to be beneficial for those 24/7. And I don't know about if it is particularly for nurses, but, for just all direct care kind of staff. If that's something that KDADS can show has been beneficial, that's definitely something that we would be interested in seeing extended statewide to allow for corrections officers and then other difficult to fill positions. So that's one potential thing. That's something we don't have the ability to do right now, but it'll be interesting to see if it's helping KDADS.
And you mentioned you think that that's cooling off a little bit.
The nursing, the traveling nurses aren't making as much as they used to from what we're hearing. That rate isn't as high as it used to be. They're still able to make quite a bit and a lot more because they're not getting benefits eligible. They're able to come in and negotiate their salary higher because they're not taking benefits. They're usually for a temporary duration, and so they're able to negotiate that actual salary pretty high compared. When you look at it from a total comp perspective, we may not be as far off, but when you are looking at it as just a direct salary, yeah, those folks that come in as kind of temporary in that, they get a lot, and they have been, and that's been in all industries, private, public.
Committee, any further questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under how is the information compiled? So I'm kind of back up to that point.
Yes, sir.
There's a statement in here that says 2024 surveys were sent to 506 in-state employers in both the public and private sector, and a listing of 119 that responded. Are you happy with that kind of response?
Honestly, anything around 25% is pretty solid from kind of an industry standard. It's hard to get responses when we send out, 50 benchmarks to a particular employer. And you'll look, there's some counties that we would hope that would have responded, and some cities that we would hope that would have responded that, we know have dedicated HR offices that can do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We just don't get it.
So that county was a question. When you look at this list of goes, and I'm with the chairman on geographic on a lot of areas, even the private employers. There can be a difference between Kansas City and out west. So my question would be, why didn't they respond? I'd be one to call and ask that and see what they say to you. And it'd be interesting who didn't respond if there's an area that's not really being covered with that. So just a thought on that. The other question, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
You may.
In the paragraph underneath that, it talks about in-state employers being weighted at 75% and other states weighted at 25%.
Correct.
How did we come up with that type of thing?
That was actually the recommendation of the Hay Group, which was a private firm that was hired by the legislature in 2008 to conduct the first comprehensive survey. And that was their recommendation based on their experience nationwide because, yes, it is good to know what those other states are providing. But, and again, as we mentioned before, there are some situations where we are competing directly with them. But for the most part, our competitors are the other employers within the state. And so that was their recommendation, was to make that weighting, to recognize that you're really competing more with the local hospital than you are with Colorado state hospitals, in most cases.
Thank you.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you do any type of analysis between what you come up with for a market rate versus vacancies in those positions? Is there any correlation there?
We are going to, once we get this publicized and out there, we're going to be working with the agencies to see, hey, on these ones where we're having serious troubles, are you having trouble either from a retention perspective, where there are a lot of retirements? What are we looking at? Are you having trouble bringing people in at the starting rate? And that's why this is really helpful for us to look at as a whole, but it really gives us the opportunity to drill down and say, what is our problem there? And then alternatively, why, this is 20% over. Are you guys doing okay? Has there been a lot of turnover there? So it really lets us know. I mean, pay is absolutely an important thing, absolutely. But, there's a lot of other issues that go to turnover. You know, who you work for, who you work with, the type of work you're doing, that can all contribute. But this is one way that we can look kind of with a blanket and go, okay, this is one very important component of job satisfaction that we can look at. So yes, we will be doing that and reaching out to those agencies to say, is this, you know, is it helping? So.
Any other further questions for Craig? I guess the one thing that I would say in regards to Senator Billinger and Fagg's comments and the comments that I made earlier, I would probably charge the Department of Administration to look at corrections and the state hospitals as a regional market analysis and see what we need to do to address the issues there.
We will do that.
All right, thank you.
I
Yes.
just wanted to say, we also did provide benefits information. This is the first time we've ever really provided benefits information. That was part of the proviso language that it was requested that we do a salary and benefit survey. What is provided there is the information from the NCASG. We did not survey the in-states because, again, that'd be, you know, 50-page documents going out to people who don't like to respond to 20 pages. So we provided all of the information. We weren't sure exactly what you're looking for. We know Capers is going to provide some information later, but all of that is in there. Again, if there are any questions, we can answer those at a later time, or there's a couple of high points there where I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation just some observations that we've made, but we just don't have anything kind of compared to from year to year. And we also weren't exactly sure what the committee was really looking for on that front. So we just kind of provided everything we had, and we'll kind of go forward with that.
So do we have like a longevity bonus?
We do. It is only for classified employees. It is by statute only for classified employees and only for employees who were hired prior to, I want to say 2010 or 2008, something like that. It was in statute. It was adjusted to make that. So it is a ever dwindling number of folks who are eligible.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, going back to the longevity bonus question, are the unclassified employees in general on a step and grade type system where they move up a grade based upon their reviews if they're acceptable?
Unclassified employees, really, there is no step or grade. It is really kind of an unstructured plan, but we do attempt to align them with the classified as much as we possibly can. There is some movement. There isn't across the board performance-based increases or anything. What we look at is what annually we're able to get, you know, as part of the governor's recommendations, and then with the legislature, what we get to there. So there are opportunities for that. That is definitely something that would require quite a bit of work because classified and unclassified are kind of a little different in that regard.
So an employee that gets an unacceptable review is eligible for the same cost of living increase as an employee that gets a acceptable review on their annual performance review?
If the language doesn't specify that, then yes, they would be. So if it says all employees, all benefits eligible employees, everybody's going to get it.
So going on that, because when I was in the private sector, I mean, obviously we had an analysis done on each of our employees, and then actually we would meet with the other managers, and then they would have their assessment on our employees as well. And if you were unacceptable, you didn't get a pay increase. Mm-hmm. So what would that language need to say?
It would essentially say anyone with an evaluation, whose most recent evaluation is less than meets expectations, would not be eligible to receive that. And I mean, if that's something that the committee would want to do as we get towards that point, we can work with the revisers on that language.
Well, I thought we had a discussion on trying to put that language in, and then it was kind of deterred to do that because then they were going to move everybody up to an acceptable rating.
The way our process goes is everybody's ratings for 2024 were due by the end of 2024. So their next annual rating will not be until 2025. So if you look at it and say who's most recent, then you get away from everybody going in there and kind of bumping it up a little bit. But That's certainly something that could be done, and actually when step increases were around for classified employees, you had to have at the time at least satisfactory. We had 3 levels in, so you had to at least have a satisfactory in order to get something. So if you were unsatisfactory, you would not have been eligible to receive one.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then what kind of guardrails do we have? You know, there are great managers that adequately do the reviews. Then there may be certain managers that everybody gets and meets expectations or exceeds. What kind of guardrails do we have on that?
Excuse me, classified employees have the ability to appeal their performance review rating. Honestly, anything less than the top rating, they can appeal. So that is definitely something that can be done. And then there's a peer review of that. Committee is formed and they review everything. We have been very, very diligent in providing training and explaining to employees that, or explaining to managers and supervisors that that is a very important thing. And even if it's just feedback, even if we don't tie it to pay or something like that, getting that feedback is very important to employees. And just getting a good rating is something that we've seen, you know, morale. But again, you can't just give that out to everybody. So we talk about the bell-shaped curve. We've got training out there and we provide it very, very regularly.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so you do some review of your managers to make sure that if they're not meeting this bell-shaped curve, for instance, there's a reason for that?
It is not like an automatic review, but every manager, everyone who supervises, one of their competencies that they're reviewed on every year is leadership and management. So that is something that we advise. If you see one supervisor who's either giving no one anything but a certain rating or giving everyone the highest rating, that's something that that supervisor needs to be accountable, and we expect management to address those things.
Any other further questions? All right. Anything else?
I don't think so.
You're done. Okay. All right. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the Kansas Highway Patrol compensation plan.
Do I need to outlaw?
Merle?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just took a moment to get some technology set up. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Merle Riedel. I am the Executive Officer for the Highway Patrol. We want to thank the committee for allowing the Highway Patrol to speak to you today about our career progression plan for sworn officers. And I also want to thank you for acknowledging the Highway Patrol and KDOT's work during the last couple days during the severe weather event. It has been an all-hands-on-deck operation. It's a massive snowstorm, and our troopers, dispatchers, and motorist assistance technicians have been pretty hard at it for the last couple days. So we appreciate the legislature's acknowledgement of their work. So we're gonna move on to the brief. Just as some context, Colonel Eric Smith sends his regards. He's not able to be here today. He had another event, and he's also dealing with some of the snow event operations. So you get me instead. Also joining me today is Sherry Mackey, Deputy Secretary for Business Operations, and Major Wes Ludoff, who's the Executive Commander for the Technical Operations Bureau. Next slide, please. So today, it's my understanding the agency wanted to, or the committee wanted to learn a little bit more about some of those adjustments to our CPP that were implemented last year, and to hear a review of some pending salary requests that we may have. So you'll see here some of the adjustments that the 2024 legislature approved. They did approve $4.6 million for a 10% overall increase to the career progression plan for sworn officers for FY 2025. They approved $2 million to reduce the time required to reach the CPP's top out salary and reduce that by 5 years. And the legislature approved $366,000 for a 10% salary increase for dispatchers for FY 2025. And the Highway Patrol would just like to thank the legislature for providing these adjustments. This is an excellent incentive opportunity. Even though we are only sort of 6 months into the fiscal year, we are seeing some positive trends with these adjustments. So we want to thank the legislature for that. Moving on to the next slide. Some specifics about the KHP Career Progression Plan. So the state troopers and Capitol Police officers are paid in accordance with that CPP. That is for sworn officers. So when we say sworn officers, we're really both referencing the law enforcement officers or LEOs within the Capitol Police, and we are talking about the state troopers. So together they comprise the sworn officers. Sworn officers in the CPP serve in a classified status. Just to make that clear, they are all classified employees in that CPP. Other employees within the agency may be unclassified, but the troopers and the LEOs within that CPP are classified. The CPP was initially approved by the 2025 legislature and implemented pursuant to Executive Directive 15-470. And at the time, the CPP was developed to address a couple different things. There was a decline in the number of troopers from 26 to 2015. There was a significant number of retirements that were occurring during that same period, and we saw competition in pay with other departments in Kansas and among those surrounding states. So that was what was going on in 2015 when that CPP was established. That CPP has been effective to mitigate some of those measures, and even some of those adjustments from last year has further helped that CPP mitigate these circumstances. A CPP, what is a CPP, or a career progression plan? It is a tiered pay matrix in which an individual's hourly wage increases with experience and rank. So the pay grades on this particular CPP include a trooper or LEO, so those are considered equivalent for pay purposes. After you complete your period as a trooper or LEO, you'll move to a master or technical trooper or an LEO 2. You'll remain there indefinitely unless you are selected to be promoted to lieutenant, and a lieutenant or an LEO 3, and you'll remain at that position unless promoted to captain. And we just note employees in the CPP are typically excluded from the governor's recommendation on the statewide salary adjustment. Next slide, please. So we want to talk a little bit about the impact of those adjustments that the 2024 legislature approved. So first, we'll talk about that 10% increase for the CPP approved by the legislature. So that allowed us to adjust those wages. So wages for an entry-level position in those CPPs, again, troopers and LEOs, prior to the adjustment, trooper trainees received $25.68 per hour, and a trooper received $28.31 per hour. After the adjustment, the trooper trainee moved to $29.73 per hour, and a trooper moved to $32.78 per hour. So then we talk about the top-out salary adjustment to the CPP. So this allowed pay grades to achieve a maximum hourly range, a maximum hourly wage at 16 years of service rather than 21 years of service. So with implementation of that adjustment, the maximum wage by pay grade for a master or technical trooper or an LEO2 is $46 per hour. For a lieutenant or LEO3 is $54 per hour, or a captain or an LEO4 is $65 an hour. So that is the maximum pay grade. That is where those individuals will top out on that pay scale. The difference is now they will achieve that pay in a period of 16 years rather than a period of 21 years. And after 6 months of implementation in FY 2025, the total number of sworn officers is 467. So this is an increase of 7 above the total amount of sworn officers in FY 2024. So we see a net increase of 7 after 6 months implementation of this CPP adjustment. Next slide, please. So next we'll talk about the impact of recent salary increase for dispatchers. So KHP dispatchers support field operations with 24-hour, they support field personnel with 24-hour operations, primarily conducted from our dispatch center in Salina. And what those dispatchers do, they coordinate with troopers and other emergency responders regarding offender apprehension, investigative leads, criminal activities, stolen property, and missing vehicles. Those dispatchers also direct KHP aircraft and ground units and monitor various alarms and warning systems. Last year, the legislature did approve a 10% salary increase for these dispatchers. So hourly wages for the entry-level dispatcher position increased from $21.65 to $25 in FY 2025. And so we assess that by looking at after 6 months of implementation, we have a total of 50 dispatchers at the Highway Patrol. That's an increase of 8 above that same number, it's an increase of 8 above the total number of dispatchers in 2024. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of a review of the implementation of some of those pay adjustments from last year. I can stand for questions, or I can move on to a pending request to the next legislative session.
No, we do have some questions. My first question is, how long is a trooper a trainee?
They are a trooper trainee for a period of 20, I think it's less than a year. Let me look, one moment. Sorry, 24 weeks.
24 weeks, okay, thank you. Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious how, on these LOE or LEO ones and master and lieutenant captain, on the sheet we have here, there's a category for major. Where do they fit in? Because I don't see them on here.
Yep, the majors in those positions, so we have, I think, 7 major positions at the Highway Patrol. Those are typically, the current majors are all unclassified positions, and they would not be part of that career progression plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Merle, I'm sad to see that you went to the dark side. But you were a great public servant for the legislature. Do you know what the vacancy percentage is currently for Troopers 1, Trooper 2s, and dispatchers?
I don't know. I'd have to look for the, I'd have to compile that based on those classifications. So I don't have that on hand, no.
Or overall for just troopers and dispatchers? Do you have that number?
Overall, for the entire agency, we have about, okay, I don't know off the top of my head for the troopers and dispatchers, the number of vacancies. I'm not sure for dispatchers, I'm fairly certain all of those positions are currently filled, but for troopers, I'd have to check. Yeah, I'm not smart enough to know the percentage.
Any further questions from Earl? All right, seeing none, you may proceed.
All right. Yep, so one more. Okay, salary. Yep, looking for a slide that reads salary adjustment request. No, that's right. So the agency budget does include $318,022 primarily for federal funds for a salary increase among motorist assist technicians for FY 2025 and FY 2026. So these are civilian positions. They are not law enforcement positions. This request is pending the governor's consideration. So the motorist assist technicians, what do they do? The motorist assist technicians assist stranded motorists by providing basic mechanical services and first aid. They remove disabled vehicles from the highway and protect crash sites in 4 areas, largely in Kansas City, Topeka, Wichita, and Salina. This is sort of part of a federal program, a federal motor assistance program. So federal funds provided from the U.S. Department of Transportation through KDOT. Those funds are transferred to the Highway Patrol to support these motorist assist technicians. Previously, their hour wage at an entry-level position was $15.73. You might recognize these individuals on the highway. They drive the 2-ton vehicles. They often have the placards of them, placards on top that might give you notice of when some construction is ahead. You'll see them often on the side of the road assisting others' vehicles. They've been really busy the last couple days. Part of their role is for people that get stranded on the road and have few other options. They are patrolling the interstate, and they identify those people and render assistance on the spot. So they have previously been getting paid $15 an hour. We are requesting to increase that to $19.26. There's about 19 individuals involved in this position. And that request is largely based on a salary study with similar positions among some of the neighboring states and with the Kansas Turnpike Authority, who has a very similar position. So that rate of $19 would put them on a more equivalent level with those other entities. And that, Mr. Chairman, is really our only salary request before the 2025 legislature. So next slide. So that's really all I have for the committee. I hope shed some light on some of those adjustments to the career progression plan. Again, the agency thanks the legislature for providing those resources. They are critical, particularly in events like this, in which it's an all-hands-on-deck operation.
All right, thank you, Merle. So this is just the $318,000, that's a federal grant, is just pay increases, not increasing the amount of motorist assist technicians.
So that is a pay increase that does include expenditures for benefits as well, and that is funding provided through KDOT, U.S. Department of Transportation, federal money through KDOT. No, that's not adding additional personnel.
And if this federal funding would happen to, in future years, not come into the state, we would have to offset that?
We would either look at state resources to offset a decrease in federal funding, or we would eliminate these motorist assist positions.
Okay. Committee, any other questions for Merle? Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when you say it's a federally funded program, if we do this increase, will the increase come from state funds, or will it come as a drawdown from the federal government?
That would an increase in the transfer of federal funds to the state of Kansas. So the funding that's provided to KDOT for this federal funding provided to KDOT, it would simply increase the portion that goes to KHP for this program.
And what's KDOT doing with these funds that aren't being transferred currently? Do you have any idea? I mean, are they going to all of a sudden have a shortage in a certain area?
No, we've actually, this was all reviewed with KDOT. They essentially provided the approval for this. It's an interagency transfer. There's an interagency agreement involved in this. They were part of the salary study. We provided information on the salary study, so they're familiar and approved this. From their perspective, providing the resources, they approved this salary increase.
I do have another question going back to the officers. So there was an amendment last year that specifically had a pay increase for the Capitol Police. And we were kind of told that if the troopers received it, then they do. But is that the case?
Yeah, Jen, you'll see in that pay matrix that the Capitol Police, the law enforcement officers in the Capitol Police program, have parity with troopers on that career progression plan. If the question is, are law enforcement officers, do they have parity with troopers? They do, as part of that plan, as part of that CPP.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Any other further questions for Merle? All right. Seeing none, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Kansas Bureau Investigation Salary Progression Plan. And so I would ask the KBI to address the committee. Good morning.
Chairman Waremaster, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for inviting the KBI to provide testimony about the CPP issues today. My name is Bob Stewart. I'm the Executive Officer for the Kansas Bureau Investigation. We have here today, Director Mativi's in the building, and he'll be down shortly. Associate Director Robert Jacobs is here, and also our CFO, Paul Weisgerber, is here to help me answer questions that may exceed my limited capability. It's fitting that you have us scheduled right after the Highway Patrol, as our CPP program came into existence a year after the Highway Patrols did. Theirs came on in 2015, ours came on in 2016. What Merle testified to is in fact exactly what I would say and what is reflected in our written testimony, that the reason for that, as you all concurred at the time, was because we were having recruitment and retention and pay issues that were significant enough that required a more significant review and an annual capability of dealing with it. Much like the Highway Patrol, ours is a matrix that advances by years of service and also by rank. It caps out after 18 years for agents. And we have matched it now last year with your assistance. We matched it so that if a highway patrolman, a master trooper, reaches the top of their scale, they can come in to the KBI. If they want to come over to be a KBI special agent, they can do so, and they won't have a pay decrease. So we tried to fit those two as they sit together to make it a sort of logical state law enforcement progression plan that fits together in some sort of logical way. We have two CPPs at the KBI. The first is, as we just talked about, the special agent one. We also, in 2023, brought on a CPP program for our forensic scientists, again, for the same reasons. We were having not as much a problem with the recruitment of new scientists, but for the retention of them. We would go through the process of training our scientists and getting them the advanced certificates that they needed, sometimes in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to do so, and then they became very attractive to outside private corporations. So we were finding that we were losing a lot of our scientists just as they were coming online as really being the meat of the agency at the laboratory. We were losing them to outside agency or outside laboratories because of their ability to pay more. You recognized that in 2023, and we put a CPP plan in play for our laboratory science, our forensic scientists. It is a little bit different. It's not just it's not rank so much as it is time in service, but also career metrics that they meet in terms of getting certifications, getting advanced degrees that move them up in the scientific world that is part of their pay progression plan. So a little bit different, but those are the two that we have. In 2024, this body approved $5,081,000 in CPP increases. Percentage-wise, that was a 25% increase for the agent CPP and a 12.5% increase for the forensic scientist CPP. as we all acknowledge, that was a significant increase, and we can already, at least with the agent population, the agent recruitment and retention issue, we can show already in less than a year the success of that and how that's been valuable. In our written testimony, we point out, but I'll go ahead and cover a little bit. Our class sizes over the years, in 2020, it was 118 applicants, and we brought on 7. 2021, 51 applicants, we brought on 8. 2022, 35 applicants, 4. Of course, there's a little bit of COVID issue with some of this, but we were having some issues as well. Then in the last 2 years, that's gone up. And last year, after knowledge of the CPP increase for agents, we had 110 applicants, and we had a class of 18, which is the largest class in more than a decade at the KBI. On top of that, of those 18, we know that at least 2 of them that are now special agents, that are now out working today, 2 of them we'd previously extended offers to, but they had turned us down because, quite frankly, economic issues. They couldn't, their department that they were at locally paid them more than we could pay them. So we wanted them to come on board. They were interested in coming on board. Pay was the issue that they didn't. Once this last year of CPP increases came about, we recontacted them, they recontacted us, and now they're special agents at the KBI. So we can certainly see already positive effects in the recruitment and retention world when it comes to the agent CPP. It's a little bit more difficult, and it's a little too early with the forensic scientist piece. Since it just came in 2023, we don't really have any metrics that we can share with you that say, oh, here's the positive effect that we've made in terms of the retention. Our laboratory director would tell you that it appears to him that our retention issues are starting to work, that he's had a couple of people that were kind of on the edge at that scientist level 3 level that might be going elsewhere, and we're kind of looking around and have stayed on with the KBI. That's not a hard data point that I can provide you, but I figured I would share it with you anyway. So that's where we're at in terms of the CPP historically, what the effects of last year were, and we will certainly continue to provide you information in the future about how we think that has worked. I'll stand for questions at that point, and then we could talk about our 2026 asks after that.
All right, thank you. So on page 2 of your testimony, you have that out of 105 applicants, 21% of them possessed exceptional qualifications, which would mean about 22 candidates. And is that because of the pay increases that we've had in the last couple of years?
We believe so. We believe it's directly proportional. We would say that that percentage number of qualified applicants goes up with the number of total applicants. We see that as a comparative number. The reason why our classes have been smaller is because even in those applicant pools, we don't get the preferred or the qualified level that we need.
So then between 2014 and 2019, you said there was only 10% of those that possessed these qualifications. What was the average number of applicants through those years?
The average number of applicants varied. 2020, it was 118. It dropped to 51 in 21, 35 in 22, 30 in 23, 161 in 24, and then 110 this last year.
All right. Committee, any other questions before we proceed? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. When you talked about the cost of training, did you say $100,000? Did I write that down right, or hundreds of thousands? I forget how you worded that.
It's in the $100,000 range for in the career of, in that early part of the career of a new forensic scientist to be properly trained up. Part of that is their master's degree, their PhD. Yeah. Part of it is certifications from different laboratory. ASCLD is one of the laboratory certification agencies. So a lot of it comes from those different pieces.
Okay. So my question is, should the KBI look at maybe getting those people to commit for a period of time when we provide the training and education?
That's certainly something we can consider. I don't know that we've currently had that on board.
That's up front where that's straight, because that's a lot of money being thrown out there and then losing them. Just a thought. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other further questions? All right. Seeing none, you may proceed.
In 2026, that we have 3 parts of our enhancement requests that include compensation requests. The first is a follow-on to what we just talked about to the CPP. Part of the CPP, both for the agents and the analysts, or for the agents and the scientists, they hit, we age up, correct? When we do it properly, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to continue to keep our employees on board. That costs us money. We lose some of it. People retire, and then we get to hire new people, so that money goes down. But every year, we have a certain dollar amount that is going to cost the CPP categories. And that's what we come every year and ask for that. And that's our first one. We believe it will cost us $239.626 under the CPP plan as it currently sits to properly pay our scientists and agents underneath the plan as you have already approved. That is a regularly ongoing thing that we bring to you every year. We are doing a number of things to think about how we deal with that, that we will talk about in the future, mainly regarding potential fee restructuring, that we can maybe address some of those issues. But that's a yearly request that we have, and this year's looks like $239,626. The other 2 fall under different enhancement package requests that we have. The first one comes in under our information technology branch. In the last 4 years, our IT staff averages a vacancy rate of 31%. It's been as low as 21% and as high as 41%. We like to think at the KBI that our IT staff has a terribly, terribly important job. As you well know, the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System is housed inside the KBI. Our data pool consists of hundreds of thousands, millions of pieces of data that are personally PII, personally identifiable information about citizens in the state of Kansas and elsewhere that we hold, that we share appropriately with all of our law enforcement agencies that make requests, and that we use when we do name check backgrounds and fingerprint backgrounds. That data is attacked every day. That data pool that we have is we have to deal with every day. We have to give a lot of access to, a lot of points to it every day. But also, it is one of those valuable pieces of data out there that bad guys know about. So it gets attacked hundreds of times, thousands of times a day. So our IT staff not only has the responsibility that all IT staffs have, giving us our systems that work properly, doing all the things that IT staffs do, and I don't mean to minimize that, it's really important. Any of our data sets, any of our criminal investigative files have extreme value and have to be well protected. And if we don't do it right, we lose court cases. But on top of that, we're talking about issues regarding the CJIS databases that have to be protected. And when we have a vacancy rate that averages 31%, we believe we have a significant problem. Part of what our request is the total request into that package is $793,372. $355,000 of that goes specifically, however, to Senate Bill 291, which requires us to have a CITO and a CISO. So part of that money is from the last year's legislation that is going to require those positions. So that is incorporated in that. The remainder of that $793,000 we are asking for in order to bring our IT staff pay up to what we believe are comparable levels. You will see a relatively long paragraph in our written testimony that explains how we got to that number. We used a comparative database using Kansas City and Lawrence IT salaries in similar fields to compare to what our KBI salaries are, and we're trying to bring those up into a competitive level with what those numbers are so that we can attract and recruit and retain the IT folks that we need and to see if we can do something about that 31% vacancy rate that we just can't continue to suffer. The third enhancement package that we have includes, is a big laboratory package, but part of that includes $132,000 to address an issue regarding our forensic science laboratory technicians. It's a classified, it's a position in the state of Kansas that a lot of agencies have. And you'll note in the written testimony, there's a chart there that indicates that we have been significantly underpaying our folks to the tune of about 18% compared both to our state partners and to other partners at local and other state agencies that had the equivalent job opportunities. We noticed then, or we've noticed in the last several years, we have about 10 of those folks in our laboratory. We have a really high turnover rate, and at any given time, we're about 30% light in that role, even without the turnover. So in an attempt to address that, we'd like to bring their salaries up to the comparable level of salaries, and that's about $132,000 request. So those are the three requests that we will have in terms of compensation packages this year, and I'm willing to stand for questions should you have them.
So I guess in a way, just kind of explain how number 3 and number 1, what's the correlation? Because that's just a flat, you're wanting an 18% increase for the forensic science laboratory technicians?
Yes.
And then 239,000 for special agents and for the forensic scientists?
Yes, the laboratory technicians and forensic scientists are two different classifications.
But I'm wondering, in regards to forensic scientists on number 1,
Yes.
how is that correlation with item number 3?
It doesn't directly correlate. The third is just simply an observation we've made that we hadn't been paying them equivalent to their equals across the state.
So in item number 1, you're going to be addressing advancement in seniority and training for current agents and scientists?
Yes, that's just to keep them on the grid appropriately. The grid just costs more money this year because people have advanced, and we haven't had those retirements that would maybe make it cheaper by hiring new people.
Right. And then in regards to the IT request, I mean, obviously you said that the cyber criminals are hitting this, thousands times a day. And the average vacancy rate right now is 31%, and it's been between 21 and as high as 41%. 41% is awfully high for a vacancy rate, which draws the question, with that high vacancy rate, were there any breaches?
Not to our knowledge, and we think we would know. Some of our partners have had some of those breaches, and we've managed to be able to fix it. This is a priority. So what happens is in those situations where we feel like we need to patch or we need to do something, we highly prioritize that. And maybe the lower priority is Bob needs a new printer. And maybe that's months down the road before I get what I need because we're prioritizing things with the staff and the resources we have. That will always be a priority, is making sure our firewalls are tight and the data and the capability we have to defend is there. But we're letting other things lapse when we're at a 41%. And that year we were at a 41% vacancy rate. There were things that were being missed.
Okay. Well, I was just kind of wondering, obviously, as you mentioned, being hit hundreds or thousands times a day, cybercrime is only going to increase within the next few years, I presume?
Yes, sir. That's what we anticipate.
And so that's something that apparently we need to address. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered, when I read about the Senate Bill 291, did our appropriations not provide for funding for that bill? I thought we always provided for funding when things passed the legislature.
Would have to check with Stephen. I would assume it was there's a funding tied to the bill. Stephen?
Stephen Wu, Legislative Research. To clarify, the 296 did include some amount of appropriations, largely for the Office of Information Technology Services, as well as a handful of other agencies. But at the time the bill was passed and put together, we and agencies were both unsure of the final total cost that they would incur. And so my understanding is that the intent was to appropriate dollars to OITS to get it started, and then figure out the costs subsequently to agencies after that.
Okay. Representative Carlin?
If I understood you, we sort of tied them over till we get to this point, till we knew what the actual dollars was going to be.
That's what it sounded like from Stephen.
Yeah, I was having a little trouble. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Estes?
rates, I think sometimes it would be helpful to have a broad picture of what's going on. I'd like to know what applications have looked like. Are they what you would expect to see for these positions? I'd also be interested in knowing what is the turnover rate in the department, because sometimes salary is an issue, but sometimes when I see a high vacancy rate, I see something that makes me want to make sure that that department is a place where employees want to be. What can you tell me about some of those situations?
Ma'am, specific to the IT department, I would suggest that what you state is true. It's a combination of lack of a qualified pool, and it's also a combination of once they're here, they find other jobs relatively quickly that they can move on to. So we have a relatively high turnover rate to the ones we do attract, and we have a hard time attracting them. Remember also that in our agency, every employee has to go through a background examination and a polygraph examination. The data that we have is significant enough that that's required. So we and that's can be a relatively long process. That process in and of itself removes a whole bunch of otherwise qualified candidates from our pool. So we don't have quite the depth of a swimming pool that another agency may have, because we're going to self-limit because of the polygraphic examination that we just have to have our employees undergo.
Representative Estes.
Mr. Chairman, that the employees who leave are going through an exit interview, and do you guys compile any data from that?
Yes, they undergo an exit interview, and I believe we do have some data sets. If there's a specific question, I could take it back to our HR folks and we can provide it.
I'd like to know what the #1 reason in departing employees cite as why they leave, please.
Yes, ma'am, we can provide that.
Thank you.
Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if your organization or any others on the CPP, is there any criteria in there about clawbacks or non-compete? So you have the problem with the private marketplace, but, you know, just like these traveling nurses, when they want to come back home, they're getting tied up with this non-compete clause that the contractors put on them. And I didn't know, if you're in an urban area, that's where people are going to shop a little bit about their pricing. But
We do not have one, ma'am.
so we're going to invest all that money in them, and they can walk the next day.
To date, that's how it's been operated, yes.
I'd be curious from staff if they happen to know if those kinds of things can be implemented through state agencies. And you don't have to give it to me now, you can get it to me after lunch. But it's just something that's used in the private market because they've invested all that money. And I don't know why state agencies decide that they have to be the #1 trainer of folks that want to learn and grow and increase their resume, and then they can just walk. So
It's an interesting concept. I don't know that I've ever seen it or heard it discussed.
okay, thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on the FY25-18 new agents, my question is, how many special agents do we have today? That's the first question. And number two, how many did we lose? And how many open positions? Trying to get a picture of where we're at with all the factors.
Let me turn to my reading gallery and see if
I believe 11 open special agent positions right now.
we have 11 open special agent positions, and the total number of sworn right now are 110.
Any other further questions for the KBI? Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was looking at some of the data as a comparison from Mr. Knowlton with the Department of Administration. Do you have access to his market data information that they compiled on forensic scientists?
I personally am not. I'll look at, we do not.
Well, you know, part of this conversation was about us losing forensic scientists to the private market. And according to his data, The forensic scientist position is 29% above market. Could you investigate those inconsistencies there? I mean, I don't see how we're losing people to the private market if we're 29% above.
I will. We'll provide an answer back.
Any other further questions for the KBI? All right, see you none. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
All right, committee, that was actually the last item that we had for this morning. So we're going to have an extended lunch because we'll be returning at 1:30 to discuss university compensation plans. So until 1:30, we are at recess. Right. So about 3 minutes. Testimony here for the Kansas Board of Regents. And so I would invite Blake Flanders to address the committee. Blake.
Thank you, Chair Waymaster, Vice Chair Billinger, and members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here today to appear on behalf of the more than 20,000 employees who serve the state of Kansas at our 6-state university, as well as the Kansas Board of Regents office. You had requested earlier about additional information about compensation of our employees last session during the interim. And attached to my testimony, you'll find those relevant data points. I did want to point out that we do appreciate, and I want to say thank you for our partnership in many areas. You can see that the investments the legislature have made have been paying off. We've got strategic demolition of obsolete facilities. We've reduced our footprint 626,000 gross square feet at our universities to right-size our campuses. The student loan debt of the state university graduates who receive federal Pell Grants has decreased 16% in 4 years. We've also increased the number of students who qualify for Pell at our universities. And our on-time graduation rates at the state universities have increased 9.7 percentage points in the last 5 years, which is an additional 1,400 students. And part of the reason we're here today is that as we've increased the share of graduates who stay in Kansas and we look at the wages of our graduates, our entry-level wages for graduates have increased 22% in the last 3 years. And many of you that have businesses know how wages have increased, but not as much for our state employees. I want to direct you to Table A, which is essentially the legislative pay plans historically. And then on the third, or on the last column, we have it as measured against the CPI. So what's happening in the market, and then how have we done with our own employees? If you look at just the first one, FY 2014 was a 0. We did not have a pay plan that year. and KBOR system employees 0-2. I would say that everyone here is a state employee. I've just carved out the KBOR employees because recently there were some differences made in terms of those raises and pay plans. If you look at 14, 15, 16, 17, we were at 0. The CPIU was not increasing at a fast rate, but about 1.5% to 2% a year as you look at the far right. And then you get to 2018, state employees as a group, it was 2.5%. That didn't quite, wasn't quite what CPIU, but it was a good faith effort to keep pace there. And then you see in 19 and 20, 2.5%. The next couple of years in 21 and 22, we were at 0. And inflation then was at 5.39% and 9.06% in FY22, respectively. So it became the dollar. Obviously, those salaries were pushed down in terms of buying power, and there was not a pay plan that year. And then in 23, thank you for that, there was a 5% pay plan. Inflation was just a little over 3%, so we were able to catch up somewhat, although not up to the 9%, but there was progress made there. But then in 24, FY24 and 25, there was a split. And a certain group of state employees was given a 5% raise, which seemed appropriate, I would say, based on the CPIU. But our agency and our state university employees were provided half of that in terms of legislative support. And the same thing happened in FY 2025. And so I was asked by the chair to bring that information on what it would take to get back that 5% here at the committee. We also included that, which we haven't done in the past, we included that in the regent's legislative ask, that 5% number, which there was interest from legislators to go ahead and overtly ask for those dollars for our employees as they were left behind in 24 and 25. Now, along with that, the state employees who were not located at the Kansas Board of Regents or at state universities, there was also a market study done. And so there was a push and I think some effort to get those employees to market. We were then directed to do market studies on our campuses to see what would be needed. And so we did that. And that methodology obviously varied by campus, but I would just tell you a little bit how generally, although each campus was slightly different, how generally that worked. If it was a faculty position, you would look at programs at peer universities, neighboring universities. But if it was a staff position, as an example, we have electricians on the campus or custodians on the campus, folks that deal with HVAC that keep everything running. Those were done where you have competition in the market. So typically that's more of a local regional market for those employees. So that's how that was conducted. We found out that obviously we were below market. And I might just say that definitely does have a significant impact in terms of what we're able to do. In terms of the result, if you look at the total general use dollars, which is table B in your materials, multicolored, that was about a total of about 88 million, about 281,000 for the Board of Regents office in terms of being under market. Now, one thing I do want to point out is that is the entire general use number for the general use budget. So when you provide state general fund to us, and you say that's a 2.5% or a 5% raise, what we have typically done, and you've been good to do this, is you put it in a merit pool. So some people may not receive 5% or 2.5%. Some might receive a little lower, and some people might receive a little higher based on their merit. So it hasn't been just across the board. Along with that, if we say a 5% raise and you do a pay plan of 5%, if I looked at the total overall funds, okay, it's about 22%. If of the total 5% raise. And so if I looked at, generally we look at general use, those tuition and state general fund. If you looked at general use, it's about 47%. Now it varies from campus to campus. So at the University of Kansas Medical Center, it's higher because there's a higher percentage of state funding. The state a long time ago said we're going to have more effort to producing doctors. The University of Kansas and Kansas State, it's lower because they have a model where they receive higher tuition. Their state general fund percentage is lower. And then the regionals, universities, Fort Hays State, Pittsburgh State, and Emporia State is more in the middle. But if you just looked at an average, it's not like a static state agency where you said, I'm giving 5% in state general fund, and if that agency was funded all by general fund, that would be a 5% raise for everyone. We view this as a partnership, so if you put in your pay plan a 5%, then that means we come up with resource 2 on the campus to go ahead and move those employees up to 5%. It doesn't fund the entire amount. Just wanted to be clear on that. I also wanted to, thank all of our universities, and I appreciate what our board has done in terms of performance, in terms of focusing on student success, focusing on research for Kansas companies and industry-based research. But there is an impact to not being at market. And we've put together a handout that we'll give you in terms of some of those impacts at each of our state universities. Because when a faculty member, as an example, gets recruited away, they take their grant with them. So in other words, if University of Missouri comes over and recruits a faculty member, then maybe they have a $5 or $6 million grant that goes to the University of Missouri, and so we lose that capability and that direct investment here in Kansas. I did look at a few examples at Wichita State. They had an assistant professor in computer science. They paid the highest amount to that person in their WSU School of Computing. That salary was $95,000. They got recruited by the University of Texas Arlington, started at $130,000. And so what we did is we even took out the cost of living. So, if you were recruited to the State University in New York or the City College in New York, that's going to cost a lot more to live there. We even took that out to make sure that that market was, that there was integrity there. We had an assistant professor in engineering there, was making $82,000. Michigan Tech University started them at $120,000, so they were picked off. I looked at Fort Hays, has talked about, they tried to hire an HR director. They ended up just suspending the process because salary was an issue. And so all their finalists declined because of the salary consideration. I talked to President Mason. They've had a hard time finding HVAC technicians, plumbers, IT programmers, university police, some of that infrastructure that's required to keep a university running. So there has been some real impacts for not being at market. With that, I would just stand for any questions, and I, again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to appear.
All right, thank you, Blake. So if we look at Table B, and I'm going to go down to the staff for Wichita State University, third column, you have percentage of general use funded employees below market, and that'd be 93%, and that's the 767 from the 822, right?
Okay, I'm getting with you here. Yes, we have the faculty, we have 347 that are below market, and 767 staff that are funded general use that are below market for a total of 1,114.
But I'm looking at the staff under the general use funded employees below market of 93.3%,
Yes,
and that's the 767 from the 822, right?
correct.
So instead of having a percentage of those that are below market, because is that just anybody like 1% below and more?
Yeah, and so the way they calculated the dollars is they have a certain percentage they're trying to bring to the midpoint, and I have that methodology that I can see.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask for,
Yeah.
because earlier when we had the Department of Administration, they said kind of where you want to be is 5% below and 5% above. That's being good as far as what you're paying your employees. So I'm wondering how many.
Similar, it was similar to that methodology, but I'll get you that.
I was just wondering out of that number, how many were 5%, how many were 20% below by the position grade, just to see exactly where they are under market.
Okay, and I may have that in my materials, but I'll provide that to you.
Okay.
Exactly where we are in terms of the distribution of where people are on that scale, because it would matter if you're 1% below market versus, but this is the dollars that it would take the total. I knew you'd be interested in what's the total bill at the end of the day. This is what it would be to get people at market. And so, but we know that if you're considered at market, it may not be everybody in that employee group.
Well, and that's what I was going to get at, because in 24 and 25, when we did the market-based adjustments, we had more preference to those that were 5% below market and more.
Okay.
To trying to bring them up to market. If you were at 5 below to 5 above, I'm trying to remember exactly what the amount was. It was the 5% that they got. But if you were 5% above, then you only got 2.5%. I mean, so it was a breakdown in the pay scale. And so if we were going to look at the Board of Regents employees, we would use that same methodology as we did with other state employees as well.
Perfect. We'll take that methodology or give you our numbers, and your team can do that and provide you with that number.
Okay, thank you. Senator McGinn.
I want some clarification on the faculty staff. WSU has the Innovation Campus, and I don't know what some other universities have partnerships with their students, and so they're employing students to work there. Is that coming through our system, or is that coming through the businesses that are part of that?
So here, we said these are the ones funded by general use. So if the businesses are funding those, then it wouldn't show up here.
Okay, so, and then on the averages though, so do we pay for some of the students that are going to school in these programs?
So we have some need-based aid that helps students, and we do have some students who are on a work study. There's about, and then we have GTAs, or graduate teaching assistants, and graduate research assistants, so they're in there as well. But their market rate would be different. I mean.
Right, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
You line it up with the market rate of a student.
Yes.
Or as a GTA.
And we would classify the employee and what that market was.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions for Blake? All right.
All right,
See you
thank
then.
you.
All right, thank you for being here. I see Scott back there. So we'll go ahead and move into state hospital staffing. So Scott Bruner, the Deputy Secretary of Hospitals and Facilities with the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Bruner, I'm the Deputy Secretary for KDADS for the hospitals. I'm happy to be here with you today. I think Lee is going to bring some slides that we put together to try to address your questions about state employee staffing and our agents, contract staffing as well. So we'll talk through those. I know you're on a time limit, so I'll try to get through as quickly as I can so you can get on to the Finance Council. I would like to just take a minute, though, and appreciate, because I find out from testifying as much as I do that people on the campuses watch this and are, I don't know if they're interested in what I have to say, but they're interested in you. But so if any of them are watching, I just wanted to express my thanks to them for keeping our campuses open over the weekend through the snow emergency. Several people put in extraordinary amounts of effort and time, working overtime, multiple shifts, multiple days in a row. To keep our patients safe and well cared for, and people just maintaining the campus, plowing the streets that we have, the roads that we have, and keeping the facilities operating. So I worry about those things from a kind of a comfortable place here in Topeka, but the superintendents and their teams did an excellent job getting us through the weekend. So thank you for letting me do that. I did, some of you have exposure to the hospitals through the budget process or other times, and some of you don't. So I did want to give you a little bit of context about the hospitals that we operate. Our system has 4 state hospitals altogether. 2 are state hospitals for people with mental illness, and we serve adults that are in a mental health crisis that need an intensive level of acute care, or patients that are criminal defendants that are waiting to have their competency evaluated at Larned State Hospital. And then 2 of our hospitals serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, so they are generally people that need a great deal of direct care support every day through their activities of daily living and to be successful in the community. And so that requires a great number of people to make that work. So if you could go to the next slide, Lee, or whoever's driving the slides. This works better if there are numbers to look at. But I'll keep going and try to riff as best I can. I do want to give you a little context about how many beds we have budgeted and what our average census is, and then the average amount of staffing. There we go. So this is for our 2 state hospitals for people with mental illness. At Osawatomie, there's 2 hospitals operating on that campus, the Osawatomie State Hospital and Adair Acute Care. And then at Larned State Hospital, this lists all the programs that operate on both of those campuses as well. And our total staffing across those 2 campuses is a little over 1,400 individuals. Again, that's authorized positions, so those are positions that are in the budget. Not all those are funded. There's shrinkage applied to that in the budget process, but that's how many positions we've got when we talk about turnover and vacancy rate. On the next slide, kind of the operable question is how many of those positions are filled. So as of the 1st of this year, our vacancy rate overall across all positions at Osawatomie is 34%, and at Larned it's 36%. And just as a bit of context, from this time last year, the vacancy rate at Osawatomie was 37.8%, and at Larned it was 45.2%. And we put the turnover rate there as well because these are campuses with a large number of employees. There's a relatively high rate of turnover in positions. That's mitigated a little bit over the last couple of years, but it is a fairly high rate, and we're almost 1 in 5 positions turnover over the course of the year. For our campuses that serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, at KNI here in Topeka, we've got 126 budgeted beds with 124 people on an average census, and at Parsons State Hospital, we're budgeted for 166 and have 153 patients, and our staffing complement there across the 2 campuses is about 930 people overall. The turnover rate is about the same. Again, we're dealing with direct care staff primarily, so it's about 1 in 4. The vacancy rate at KNI is 19.6%, and as of last week, and at Parsons it's 26.6%. That's a little bit higher than it was about a year ago, but stays on a fairly average level. So with that high of vacancy rates across our positions, we do keep the campuses open. We haven't dropped our census or bed count over the last 4 or 5 years. The way we maintain that balance is by supplementing staff with contract staff, both nurses and direct care staff. So on the next chart, we'll show you what we've been spending over the last number of state fiscal years. So the top of that graph shows for Larned State Hospital back to 2019, what we spent on agency staffing, primarily nursing. Back in 2019, about 47 people and $5.9 million. Last year, at the end of the state fiscal year 2024, we spent $41.3 million for about 220 positions. That's roughly 60 nurses, and then the remainder of those are either licensed practical nurses or direct care staff, certified nurse aides, or what we call a patient care tech. This year, for this fiscal year, we're estimating to spend $43.7 million for a slightly larger number of individuals, but that's what we've got in our budget estimate for this year. For Osawatomie, the trend's a little bit lower, but have had similar kinds of staffing issues. So they, last year at the end of 2024, we spent a total of $17.9 million, almost $18 million for 107 people. We're expecting that to be a little bit lower this year in terms of the dollars. About the same number of people, but $16.4 million this fiscal year. We've got a budget enhancement in our request to the governor's office to help complete those costs, and I need to pull that number out, but I'd be happy to talk about that as well when we get to that point. These staffing numbers, agency staffing numbers, work on a master state contract. And I think we've either talked to this committee or other committees about that contracting process. We use the state contract that's available to the veterans homes, and actually the veterans homes and state hospitals are the only ones just about that use it. Last year, the Department of Administration reopened those contracts for negotiation and new vendors. That closed early in October, and they were available for us to use starting on November 1st. This contract did a couple of things that we had requested the Department of Administration consider that they did include. One of those was eliminating a COVID rate. So in the prior contract, contractors that worked on a unit that had a COVID positive patient could get an enhanced rate. That if the average rate was $90 an hour for a contract nurse, it was $150 an hour if they were working with a COVID patient. That made a lot of sense during the pandemic. But coming out of the pandemic, where we would have an occasional patient that would be COVID positive at admission or might become COVID positive on the last day of their stay, it didn't make a lot of sense to continue paying agency folks that enhanced rate. We didn't pay it to state employees, so we asked that to be removed from the contract, and it was. There are a couple of other adjustments in how training was paid for at a slightly lower rate. But overall, a very good contract. There are 82 vendors that responded to that request. We had about 42 vendors before, so there were some new companies that were added. We look at that list all the time. We reviewed all 82 of those contracts and the rates that were provided. We didn't find a significant number that were better rates than we were already paying, so we've been working primarily with the same contractors, but we have talked to several of those new vendors and said, the maximum rate that we're going to pay is $90 an hour. Can you meet that rate? And if so, we'll work with you to bring staff in. But that's made a little bit of a change, but the big thing that's helped with that is the elimination of the COVID rate. That's really helped us on the overall, the cost trend's the same, but we're not paying for some of those higher rates when we do have a COVID positive patient. I did leave a slide in this deck about what we pay state employees on the campuses, just to give you a frame of reference. This was before the pay plan that was adopted last year. So when we had the 24/7 pay plan differentials, it did add, I think Craig mentioned that this morning as well, about $8.50 an hour to a licensed staff member's pay. So our current pay rates for these positions, the safety and security, registered nurse house supervisors, and so on, is that what's in that total column there all the way to the right. So a registered nurse, first-year nurse right out of school with an RN starts at $40.48 an hour. Our MHDD technicians that are the kind of the direct care staff that don't require a special credential, they start at $21.79 an hour. And the one mistake that I've got on this chart is the custodial specialists that are at the bottom of the chart. They start at $15.03 an hour because that was another part of the pay plan to get all state employees over $15 an hour. Just to give you that perspective. So in terms of our current vacancy rates, this is a very busy chart, and I apologize for that, but trying to capture, I'll show you a little bit more of the context in this after these slides. But so this is as of last week, the vacancy rates for kind of our key direct care positions. Now we've got vacancies in other areas of engineering and administrative support as well. But in terms of operating the hospitals on a daily basis, we need security, we need nurses, and we need direct care staff. So these charts show you the position classifications along the right-hand side. So safety and security officers, safety and security temporary officers. So somebody that doesn't work for us full-time but as a temporary employee, they maybe have another job in the community, but they come and work for us on weekends, or they're a student. When they come back, we put them in a temp position. It's got physicians, registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, LMHTs, which are licensed mental health technicians, which is a nursing licensed category, and then MHDD technicians and their temp equivalents. And the budgeted FTEs in the next column, the number of positions that are filled, and then a couple over the total number that are vacant. And so if you divide the number of vacant into the total budget, that gets you the vacancy rates. And you can see our RN vacancy rate is 65.8%. Temps about a little bit higher, and our MHDD tech vacancy rate at Larned is 46.9%. And again, we can't operate at that level, so the way we get down to what's manageable is about 30% vacancy, and we make up that difference with temporary staff or agency contract staff. For Osawatomie's, they're on the same chart, the same positions, and the same approach across the chart with budgeted FTE and how many are vacant. So at Osawatomie, our RN vacancy rate is 52.9%, or was last week, and MHDD tech vacancy rate is 43%. The next couple of charts are the same information for Parsons and KNI, again for last week. And same kinds of positions, RNs and technicians as well. That's helpful point in time. The next couple of slides, we graph this over a couple of year time frames. So this chart is the number of vacancies by each hospital from the beginning of 2023 until, again, last January 1st. The top line there is Larned State Hospital. It's gray and narrower than I meant it to be. But so from that, you can see we started in 2023 with 346 vacant positions, and last week we had 280. Again, these are just the direct care positions that were shown on the other charts. So there's been a decrease there. Osawatomie is the next line down that went from 116 to 122. And then it's Parsons State Hospital, which went from, for KNI, went from 68 with some variation over time, and was 68 last week as well, vacant positions. And Parsons increased a little bit from 41 vacant positions at the beginning of 2023 to 74 last week. So a couple of things to note about the charts. This is before the 24/7 pay, or this shows a time period when the 24/7 pay plan was in effect. I present a similar kind of chart to the Bethel Committee, Oversight Committee, that we extend back before that time period. I thought this was a little more relevant because it addresses some of it's post-COVID, number one, addresses and accounts for some of the pay changes that have been made over time, and I think does show that we are making some progress at a couple of the campuses, or at least holding our own in terms of the number of vacancy. The next chart is the same. It's not the same information. It's the percentage of the vacant percentage of positions, which then adjusts for any if we added positions over that time period. And again, the lines line up the same. They're hovering about in the same kind of place, with maybe the exception of Parsons State Hospital is a little bit higher. And happy to talk as much as you want to or answer questions about those charts as the committee would like to. Last spring, the House Appropriations Committee asked me to had a subcommittee on contract staffing to kind of look at the same question of the amount of spending that we have on agency staff at the state hospitals. And they asked at one point in those hearings for recommendations from KDADs in the hospitals of what we could do. And so I just because it would help me reframe what to talk to you all about today, I looked back at those recommendations and said, well, what did we accomplish since last April? And so the four main recommendations that we had as an agency were to approve some statutory changes to the employee recognition program, and mostly to put some bonuses in place so that we could be more competitive in terms of offering a sign-on bonus for new employees, some retention bonuses that had been suggested, and a few other of those techniques. And you approved that through the budget process through a proviso, and so that's in place, and I'll talk a little bit in just a minute about what we've seen in terms of that progress. We said to keep the 24/7 pay plan in place through just the salary structure. That was done as well. Again, we can see what the impact has been from there. We did recommend making a state-operated tuition reimbursement program or loan repayment program for nurses and clinical staff so that we could kind of grow our own and create some incentives for people to stay with us as state employees as they either add to their education or add to their skill set. And then the last one was to get some flexibility either through the Department of Administration Personnel Services or just try to investigate how to do it. But we've got some campuses that operate on 12-hour shifts, and one of the limitations of a 12-hour shift schedule is that if you work 4 12-hour shifts, you're over a 40-hour work week, and then you drop immediately into overtime. And the marketplace is looking more like a 3 12-hour shift week would be better for employees. But then we kept losing some hours in the 2-week period, and we wanted to keep people benefits eligible. So that was more of a thought exercise for us to figure out how to do that. We've had a little bit of success with that one as well, and I'll report on that. But so of those 4 recommendations, again, the budget proviso last year did help us with some of the bonuses. We did work with the Department of Administration to create 4 different bonuses. The proviso raised the cap. Under statute now, a state employee can only receive a bonus or an incentive of $3,500. We raised that to $10,000 for a fiscal year. And then we created, the statute only allows a bonus for extraordinary service or some kind of other recognition of service above and beyond. So we wanted to do something that would be, if you are a new employee and you sign on, we'll pay you $1,000 as a new employee if you stay with us after 90 days. We also did a referral bonus. If a current state employee refers another person to come into state employment, they get hired, they stay on the job, and they don't have a discipline problem, then we'll pay that employee that made the referral. We did a retention bonus on slide 23. A retention bonus of $2,000 that we're paying over two periods. We'd done some research on kind of where employees drop off, and we found there's a pretty big cliff at 60 days, or at 6 months, and another big cliff at 12 months. And so we said, well, let's do an incentive where if somebody makes it to their 6-month anniversary, we'll pay them $1,000. If they stay to 12 months, we'll pay them another $1,000. So we put those 2 in place. And then the last, the other one that was suggested by our staff was a pickup shift bonus. So we'll pay $100 to an employee that volunteers to work an overtime shift that the superintendent designates as needing to be covered. So it's not every shift, but if there's a critical need or an overnight that is persistently a problem, the superintendent can identify that shift as being bonus eligible, and if an employee volunteers to pick up that shift in overtime, then they can get paid $100. And then there's some ways we can split it between employees if they break it into 2 pieces. But so that's a bonus that's in place. Then the last one is a longevity bonus. And I think when you had Craig here this morning, he mentioned that there is longevity in the state system for classified employees, but this lets us do a similar kind of bonus for unclassified employees based on their length of service. So really a way to recognize our employees that have stayed with us for an extended period of time. So all of those, with the proviso flexibility, let us put those in place. We worked with the Department of Administration to create codes in the payroll system so that we can track each of those items separately. And we've seen some results. At least we've paid out quite a number of these bonuses. So on the next slide, you can see for the four big categories of the pickup shift. We've paid a total of 1,755 pickup shifts for a total of $175,500. And the half shifts where somebody's been able to split it is another 2,100 of those items. That bonus alone got us to a point right after we implemented them in July that we no longer needed to use agency staff for overtime coverage at Osawatomie State Hospital. And there were a number of weeks at Larned State Hospital where we also didn't have contract staff on overtime status. And I think one of the dynamics is it's expensive to pay contract labor regardless. It's extremely expensive to pay them to work overtime. And they're more than willing to work those overtime hours. So what we had to do is figure out an incentive to get our employees to work the overtime shifts and provide that coverage through state employees that we're still paying time and a half. And we're paying these bonuses, but it's still cheaper than paying the contractors for that overtime coverage. The number of longevity bonuses that we paid out by hospitals there as well, 213. And then we had 64 of the signing bonuses that were, at least through the, right before Thanksgiving, that we paid out to employees that were new employees that stayed on at least through that first 6-month period. So as we looked at the bonuses and just trying to assess what impact it's had, we thought, the simple answer would have been, we put these bonuses in place, we have a bunch of new people apply, and we hire a bunch of new employees. We didn't see that exactly. We saw some of that at KNI, at Osawatomie, and at Parsons. Larned had a little bit less of an impact, but we did see was a reduction in our turnover rate. We lost fewer people to decide to go to other places or work other places. We've seen an uptick in employees picking up shifts that wouldn't normally pick up overtime shifts or pick up an additional overtime shift beyond what they would be their standard work schedule, including what overtime they would work. So those two things have helped quite a bit. Again, at those three campuses at least, we've got there are no agency staff on the daytime shift at Osawatomie. And we're not using them at Parsons at all. And KNI, they're really making some progress on nursing. Larned's been a little bit more of a mixed picture, but it has had some impact. And we've heard feedback from employees that either we've recruited or hired that said these bonuses made a difference in their employment decisions. So we think there's some merit there. In terms of other recommendations or that we would still want to consider going forward, this nursing education incentive program, we think there is something there. Again, as we've talked to nurses, specifically looking at registered nurses and licensed staff, what would it take for them to come work for us? As superintendents and the directors of nursing have talked to nurses that are either leaving or that are new hires, one theme that comes through consistently is that if we can get a nurse or a nursing student on our campus experiencing the environment that they're going to work in, we've had, it's not quite 100%, but it's in the 80% success range of converting that nursing student into a nurse that wants to come work for us. So we need to keep that pipeline open as one thing, but we also think getting in the door earlier with money that's helping finance that student's education, and where maybe like on the medical side for physicians where there's some service commitment that they have, if they come and they get this money, if they work for the state, if they leave state employment, then they have to repay some part of that. We do think there's an element there that would make sense. And we have seen it, particularly at Osawatomie, some of our own staff that are more interested now in continuing their education, getting an additional credential, or starting as a tech and wanting to become a nurse. That again, if we can build our own, grow our own, we think we're going to be able to retain those employees over the long term. The other thing that we've done to try to, again, just manage the overall picture is some staff optimization efforts that we've tried at a couple of the campuses. At Osawatomie in particular, they've tried some different technology to try to predict the staffing needs more accurately. So one of the again, we can talk about how much it costs to hire agency labor, and I'm glad to have that conversation. One of the things that we can do from a management perspective is make sure that if we say we need a staff person on a particular shift, we're certain that the clinical need and number of patients that are on the unit justify that staff member, or holding somebody over or requiring an overtime shift. And so we've been working quite a bit with the nursing team at Osawatomie. They've been working on it to really make sure that every time they're looking at the staff need for that day, that there is a definite need that needs to be filled by either an agency person or somebody working overtime. And that's a little bit of a gate check to make sure it's not, because it's easy to, some shifts easier than others, but often it's easy to say there's an agency person who is willing to work an overtime shift to make time and a half, but we need to be very, very sure that we need that person actually on the unit for that shift, or that there isn't some other way to fill that. So they've been trying different things, looking at the data, trying to manage acuity and the number of patients, trying to make sure that state employees are offered overtime shifts before they go out into the pool for other people to draw on them. And that's been, they've tried some different email technology so that when they authorize a shift, it goes out as an email blast to everybody who's available. And a few other things that are on that optimization strategy list. The other thing that Osawatomie has done that I'm very interested in, I think they're happy with the way it's proceeded, enough to maybe try to model it on at Larned, is a self-scheduling model. So since early November, they've been letting nurses kind of set their own schedule, build out the shifts they want to work. They can build that out as long as all of our needs are met in terms of how many nurses we need for nights and weekends. It's helped really with the work-life balance, that people can write their own schedule that fits their needs and free up days for their own appointments or things they need to do in their lives. And one of the things they've found a way to do, and I asked some questions about it, is to allow nurses to work 3 12-hour shifts and stay benefits eligible over the 2-week payroll period. I don't know how they've done that. I don't really want to poke the bear too much and mess up a good thing, but that was one of the obstacles that we found in trying to move 12-hour shifts to Larned, is that people were worried about how we're going to get the extra 4 hours that we need if you have 12-hour shifts. So again, I really want to recognize the leadership teams at the campuses. We've raised this issue with them of this money's not going to last forever. It shouldn't. We want our own employees. We need to fill the positions that we have. So they've been very creative in trying to figure out ways to make the most of the state's investment in the resources that are going to those campuses. Mr. Chairman, that's a lot of information about contract staffing and kind of what we're doing to approach. And I know you need to get to another meeting, but I'm happy to take questions now or wait until you're back.
No, what we're going to do is, I was just talking with Senator McGinn. She's going to take over the committee. We're not going to recess. Senator Bellinger and I will just go back to my office and go to the State Finance Council. And then, like I said, Senator McGinn will take over, at least for this portion, so we continue with the questions. And that way your day isn't interrupted by our meeting, then come back. But I do have a question. So looking at some of the figures, just for Osawatomie and Larned, we're spending around $60 million a year, or anticipated to spend about $60 million in fiscal year 2025 in contract nursing.
That's correct.
I don't want to, say it like this, but I guess in a way, in regards to the state budget, contract nursing is kind of a necessary evil. Because even if we would put the 60 million, not saying that we would, but put that towards raising nurses' starting wages, we still don't have the workforce out there in order to fill all the vacancies. So we'd still have to use contract nursing. So where is that, I guess, happy medium in regards to increasing their wage? Because when we got the market study from the Department of Administration, all of our nurses are 20% above market. Mm-hmm. Yet we have shortages, which we pointed out to them.
Mr. Chairman, it's a great question, and so kind of trying to work through the problem incrementally. So at a point 4 years ago when I started this job, or 6 years ago when I started this job, we've done a few things since then, but 4 years ago, we made a dedicated effort with the governor's support and with the legislature support to really address pay rates for nurses to stay competitive. And I think we've done that. And that also corresponded to a global pandemic where nurses, healthcare professionals were leaving the field kind of en masse. So I think we kept up with the challenges that we were facing there. And didn't see a whole lot of change in any of these numbers in terms of the total vacancy rate or anything else. So last year we said, well, let's try bonuses because that's the one thing we hadn't been able to do. We've done a lot of flexibility in terms of providing other bonuses that were allowed, but we said, give us some other freedom within the rules to try other things. And we're 6 months into that. I think I still have an open question of whether those are the right things or not, or maybe they're the next phase of this is what you have to do to hire a nurse. I'm not quite sure about that, but I think that needs to play out a little bit more. But I think your question is a good one and exactly the right one. I don't know that we're underpaying nurses or clinical staff. I mean, to make $21 an hour as a direct care mental health tech at Larned State Hospital with no education requirement, no background, or there's background check, but no other educational or license requirement is a pretty good wage, very competitive with what nursing facilities have to see, and probably more than a CNA will make that has to have a credential. So I think pay-wise, we're very competitive. I think the bonuses you authorized last year we're paying them out, whether they're working or not. We're going to keep looking at that. But it does come down to workforce. And so we do need to figure out if there's another way to grow our own or identify a pool of people who want to come into the nursing profession that we can figure out ways to facilitate either by helping underwrite their educational costs, doing more of the training on our campuses, lots of those things that we stopped doing because we were just trying to keep the places open and serving patients. So I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think our situation is a whole lot different than other healthcare providers, hospitals in particular, that are looking for nurses and clinical staff. I do appreciate the support we've had for wage increases. I think that we're in the right place there, but other than that, I don't have a better answer. The one thing that is different on our campuses, we're dealing with patients who generally don't want to be in our hospitals. So the acuity is high. The reasons they're there are challenging. The patient population is challenging. So there may be a justification to pay a higher rate because you're working at a state hospital than a standard acute hospital, but that's on the margins at the best as I can tell. We've got to grow the workforce.
Well, and one thing, and I know Senator Fagg and I both asked this question with the Department of Administration, especially with the state hospitals and corrections, and I'll probably have the same question when we have corrections later on this afternoon, is looking at a more regionally market instead of just a blanket pay increase for the staff, and try to, and maybe Senator Fagg will ask this question when we leave, but looking at the market itself, because Larned is different than Osawatomie. Parsons is different than, those two hospitals as well.
No, I agree, 100%.
I have a few questions about on the mid-level, what are they called, the tech? You were talking about some of the tech level that people can come in at.
Yep.
And you have the nursing program or trying to figure out how to get people to come into our system. Is it difficult to have them go ahead and start working before they get out of school? And I only say that because, I know when we open up the South Central Kansas one, there'll be universities nearby and things like that they could maybe work. But some of these other areas that are a little bit remote, is it difficult to get them to be able to work before they even get their certificate?
We do, on all the campuses, invite nursing students to come and work. There's some limits on what they can do. A lot of times it's observation, and so they're not adding to our base level of staffing, but they're getting to see what the work is like at a state hospital. We do have some nursing students that work as temps for us. So they may be working on their RN or LPN, but they work for us as a tech on the weekends. So again, they're learning the job, they're watching what nurses and LPNs do on our campuses. So they're acquiring that skill. They're getting paid the $21 an hour as a tech, but they're not using their licenses. I think the other issue you talk about, Senator McGinn, is the licensed mental health technician classification, which is it is a nursing credential, or it's a credential offered through the Board of Nursing that was state hospital focused only. We've had a hard time keeping students in that program and getting them through it because we work them, because they are working on the campus while they're in that training program, and they end up working 60, 70, 80 hours a week, and they just can't complete the academic part. So I do think we have to figure out if we're going to say we want you to learn, we want to employ you while you're gaining other skills or gaining a credential. We've got to create the education life work balance so that we're not saying because you're an employee and we know you're going to keep doing this work and you're good at it, we need you to work every available shift you can work. We've got to create some balance in there somewhere. I think that's why our LMHT numbers haven't paid out the way that they have. But
So do they have to be full-time? I mean, do you hire people 10, 20 hours a week?
sure, we can hire them as a temp or a PRN. I think that's where we need to be. It's then the employee's not getting paid for those other 30 hours that they may be doing in school. So maybe that's where if we could back up with, we'll continue to, we'll help them with their educational costs, which we don't do now. That would be a way to kind of bridge that gap.
And also on your incentives that you're providing, it looks like, get to the right page, do they get incentive to come in and then in 6 months get another incentive? And how come we're not thinking, maybe you have a year down here too, but yeah, there's 1,000 after 12 months.
There's a sign-on 6 months and 12 months with the retention bonus. If you stay through the year, there's 2 payments that happen, but there's one that happens on your, it's not on your first day, but if you start as a new employee, there's a sign-on bonus.
And how is that working after a year?
We haven't had a year yet. We started last July, so we'll know in another 6 months or so.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Lynn Poskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have any data from applicants that are qualified to whom you offer a position that they decline? Do you have any data on why they decline, and is that pool large enough to learn anything from?
We've looked at that. One of the things that we've been working or trying for the last 3 years or so is using LinkedIn and some of the online platforms, and we're actually broadcasting our job notices out to anybody who's a nurse or has expressed an interest in a nursing job. And we've gotten a pretty high number of hits from that with a very low return. So it's kind of like a direct mail. You're sending out a lot of mail to get a 3% response rate. But of the people that do respond and apply, if pay's not the issue, then location is the issue. There's no housing. Their spouse can't relocate. Some things about the flexibility of shifts that, if they could work 3 12s or 4 12s and then kind of like a firefighter's schedule, you're 3 on, 6 off, and 3 more on, they would work with that. And we haven't managed to figure out a scheduling system that works with that in all cases. But so between the location and scheduling, I think is where we've run into problems. Pay a little bit, but not, I haven't heard that as recently in the last 6 months or so.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Scott, thank you for your presentation. We're all looking for solutions, so here's a crazy idea for you. Does Larned have a housing problem? Do
Yes.
people have trouble? Okay. Do they have daycare problem out there?
Yes.
Okay. So my question would be, what if because we've tried to do things for rural housing, what if you looked at your list and said, boy, we are hurting the most in this area, and developed a program that says, if you are this type of person, because you're going to have to be equal with the people that live there too, that we will actually give you or make a forgiven loan to you to help build a house. And try to take that as an incentive. Now, what that's going to do is give us more housing in Larned long-term. You might have somebody that lives in Larned that wants to go do this. Well, if they do, their house opens up.
Right.
It would be interesting when you look in an exit interview, how many people, you know, how important is housing? We can help them with something other than money. And I mean, as far as bonuses and stuff. And work on the housing and the daycare part of that and develop a program for that that would incent people to want to come there. Just a thought.
We've talked about both the, of the bounty of resources we have at Larned is property, land. The campus is large, and we've got some housing that's already on the campus that's aging. We've talked about, we've talked about it. I'm probably the obstacle there of not wanting to put in the capital budget. I want to build 15 houses for staff on my campus. But anyway, so we've got land that we could use. We've got certainly a very supportive community that wants our hospital to be successful and have people work there and invest money in the community. So we've got a lot of support for those kinds of things. We're very integrated into the community as well. A couple of our program directors are on their child care development board. So I think we're well plugged into those resources. And if somebody has a good idea, we generally know about it. And again, we've tried to help financially in some cases and just with, you know, our support of connecting to other resources as well. But those are, I think the housing part, it would certainly help. From what I've understood about the community, it's a housing stock issue. It's as much as there are people willing that will relocate there. There just isn't enough housing available. So we do have to build or figure out how to convert some spaces into housing for temporary purposes. But no, it's a great suggestion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I would envision this person that you're needing would like to build some home equity. So instead of building this on state land, I'm thinking you get with the city of Larned and come up with a package and say this package is what, and then the state become involved. I'd rather be putting some money in that than $43 million into temporary staff. So maybe it's time to play a game with that and see how that part would work. And then if you come up with a decent package for somebody, they're building some home equity, and that ought to be a win-win for everybody. Sure. So just be interesting to kick that idea around. Thank you.
Well, and we passed a lot of legislation on housing programs, and I just don't know that they're totally being used. So, good point. Yes, Representative.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment, Senator. I had been thinking along those lines, and when we toured Osawatomie, you know, there's a big building there that was for nurses. That was years and years ago. But the need has always been there to house nurses nearby. So it's not exactly breaking new ground, but it's reviving a good old idea that maybe the time has come to look back on. And I know that we don't have builders in some areas, but Larned areas should certainly have builders. We have a model at our retirement community in Manhattan that has a great number of duplexes that are built on the site, away from the main building, but on the site, and they're beautifully done. And it would make your campus attractive to have two people to live there. I mean, if you get in and look. Also, I'm thinking about K-State 105 with their leadership in bringing communities to the table to solve a community issue. You all ought to be maybe connecting with them about this issue. And on-site daycare, or at least on the land, maybe not right in the buildings, but our hospital's putting in an on-site daycare. I mean, it's, you've got to be able to provide those, and it looks like it could be a really nice idea for your campus. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, other questions? Yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to reconcile some of the numbers on the data that we got. And on the contract staffing costs, you know, we show that the average number of staff provided monthly for 2024 was 220. But then when I go to direct care vacancy rates to Lansing State Hospital, I can't get those numbers down below to come up to anything close to 220. I can't even find that many authorized positions. What am I not understanding?
So there probably is a bit of a, well, the timing is a little different because this was as of last week, so we filled a few more, but that isn't going to explain 220. That's how many 220 contracts that are issued, so they may not all be for full-time employees, and some of them roll over the course of the year. So that's over the course of in a month, how many people are on contract to provide some level of coverage. It may not be for a full-time position, so it may take 2 contract agency staff people to fill what we need in terms of 1 authorized position count.
So we're not contracting 220 nurses, we're contracting more similar to, we use the 73 plus the 4 plus, do you contract LPNs also?
A few.
Okay.
73, 146, and I think there's 16 or 14, I can't remember from last week, but about half the LPN number.
So there's not been a massive increase or anything, it's just that this 220, it can reflect a partial, somebody that only works 2 weeks.
Right.
So that 1 full-time position could be 3 or 4 different, or 3 or 4 different.
A couple of different, probably not 3, but at least maybe 2.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know our legislator has had an active early education caucus, and I think it would be interesting if, Mr. Bruner, you'd be willing to come to one of their caucus meetings during this session and talk about what ideas might be available or what kinds of things they've seen with partnerships. Because particularly both in Larned and Osawatomie, there's distance. And so if people could bring their kids, see them over the lunch hour, you know, what are the difficulties about having a 12-hour daycare? That's another thing that you're facing is we have a lot of daycare slots that are 8 hours, and yet you're asking somebody to be working a 12-hour shift. So what are some brainstorming we can do to match up that concern?
Now, be happy to participate. I think I would probably tend to bring more problems than solutions. But I think it is helpful also to connect communities to each other that have addressed similar kinds of issues or problems. And for Larned, at least, I mean, we're a significant employer. The correctional facility is a large employer. The school district's a large employer. The hospital's a large employer. So again, the dynamics are not that much different of, I guess the school's not operating 24 hours a day, but all those other places are. So again, we're kind of bringing the same set of issues for all of the significant of size employers in the community.
Go ahead. So I think we'll be talking to corrections next. And we can ask them about their time schedules.
Just to be clear, Senator, at Larned, we don't work 12-hour shifts. We're on 8-hour shifts at Larned. Osawatomie has 12-hour shifts. We've been trying to move forward on some 12-hour shifts at Larned, but we haven't been successful so far.
And you haven't been successful because they don't want to do it, or it just doesn't work?
The leadership, the nursing leadership is interested. We surveyed the staff that would be impacted, so the nurses and the MHTDs got an answer that indicated they were interested in 12-hour shifts, put that together in a proposal for the union representation, and it didn't pass when they put it to a vote. So we're, maybe not we, I'm a little confused about where we got off to the side, but we worked quite a bit on the proposal to try to get it, but we couldn't get it through the union approval process. So I don't know that we're at step 1. We're pretty close, maybe 2, but we didn't get it through the union membership.
Well, I don't know how the 12-hour shift would work or works in your facilities, but in the hospital setting, if they're getting 12 hours and 3 shifts and they're getting paid the full 40 hours, is that right? It seems to me, I mean, I've watched these nurses after 12 hours and they're working more than 12 hours because they have to do the handoff shift. And that takes 30 minutes to an hour.
Yep.
So I'm just, surprised. I mean, to me, it just seems like that would make perfect sense because they're probably working more than 12 hours. And then in these remote places, the fact that if you had to work 3 12-hour shifts, that would give you maybe a little more incentive to travel a little further because you're going to have some days off. But
Agreed. And I do think one of the questions we got, and I don't know how it impacted the vote, was given, particularly at Larned, the history that employees have with being mandated to work overtime shifts or being held over onto their next shift. And although in the agreement to move forward with 12-hour shifts, we said we'll guarantee that you're never going to be held over more than 16 hours, some number of days in a row, 3 or 4 days in a row. I think there was some lack of trust that we'd be able to honor that. Last weekend, we wouldn't have been able to honor that. So there are good reasons to question just the practicality of it. But again, I think what it's taught us is the more flexible we can be with scheduling, and if we can drive the schedule to what the employee needs as opposed to what, driven only off what our needs are as the employer, it works out better and it's a better environment. But there's a balance. We got to keep the place open. We got to keep it open with an adequate number of staff. So again, it's a hard problem to manage when you've got 60% of your positions vacant.
any other questions for Scott? Yes, Representative Carlin.
Thank you. Just sitting here, we're all trying to help you solve a problem, and we don't always do that in these committees, but in 1982, my husband and I opened Kansas City Dental Care, the first dental HMO in the country, and our staff worked 4 10-hour days. Mm-hmm. And that was easy math. I mean, 10 hours was easier on them. A dentist has a lot of, tedious work to do. We didn't want them drilling 12 hours a day, but 10 hours a day worked. And you might just put that model in your system and see what it would do for you, because I'd rather work 10 than 12, especially in those stressful kinds of conditions that we're talking about.
Sure.
So you might think about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm going to be happy to work 4 rather than. Okay, any other questions for Scott? All right.
I'll stick around in case the
Okay.
Senator, Representative Waymaster want
And I
to
don't
get
think
a
they're
few
going to
looks
be much
into.
longer, so.
Okay.
But I do know the chair wanted to be here for the next one, I believe. So I was going to say, if you want, why don't we just take a 10-minute break at least and head back?
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything else, Scott?
No,
Okay.
but I'll stay in case he does have a
Okay.
question, either
Yeah.
Senator Bellinger or
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Resume our meeting. So the next item that we have on the agenda is the state employee pension system, and so I'd invite Alan Conroy, the executive director with the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, to address the committee. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Certainly glad to be here. Try to respond to the requests from Stephen and Dylan, just in terms of kind of a quick overview of the current KPERS plan design, KPERS 1, 2, and 3 as it's called, and then also touch on the cost of living adjustments for retirees. And so I'm going to keep this at a pretty high level. I think we have our PowerPoint, but if not, I think you have hard copies as well. As you probably most of you know, KPERS administers 3 retirement plans, and the largest one is the regular KPERS one for state, school, and local employees, and that involves over 316,000 active, inactive, and retired members, about 1,500 employees, so all the state employees, all the county employees, all the local school employees, all the community colleges, and on down the list of other local public employers, might be a township, might be a drainage district, and so forth. Then there's the Kansas Police and Fire Retirement System, which is the public safety one, covers police officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, if their employer decided to affiliate with police and fire, and there's about 116 local employers that have done that, and then certainly employees of the state of Kansas, KBI, and the Highway Patrol, and so forth. And there's about 16,000 active members in the police and fire retirement system. And then the third one is the judges' retirement plan, covers all the state judges, so district, appellate, and the Supreme Court. There's 588 total active, inactive members as well. On slide 5, of course, the KPERS plan design has been adjusted over time, creating the different subgroups of KPERS 1, 2, and 3. KPERS 1 are for members that joined the system prior to July 1st of 2009. So this is a closed system, and there's about almost 43,000 active KPERS 1 members. And then KPERS 2, there's about 23,000 active members, and that was born out of pension reform legislation in 2007. And for that group, it's employees who worked or joined the state or joined their public employer from 2009 up until the end of 2014. So it's a closed group. The only new employees that are added into that KPERS 2 are correctional officers. So a correctional officer that's hired today would not be in KPERS 3, but would be in KPERS 2. And by now, the largest group is KPERS 3, also born out of the pension reform legislation in 2012. And so any public employee that joined KPERS since January 1st of 2015 is now is a KPERS 3 member, and it's the largest group of active members, again, over 80,000 belong to KPERS 3. And every year, maybe just as some indication of the amount of retirements or turnover in the public sector arena, we get about 5,000 or 6,000 new KPERS 3 members every year. So that group will continue to increase. And of course, as the KPERS 1 and KPERS 2 members retire. On slide 6 is just an example of the KPERS 1. So KPERS 1 and KPERS 2 are the traditional defined benefit plan. And again, that's before membership, before July 1st of 2009. And that defined benefit plan means here, so it's that final average salary, time their years of service, times a multiplier, and for most years, or for some of the years, it's 1.85%. So a defined benefit plan, if you tell me those, what you think your final average salary is going to be, how long you're going to work, we know the multiplier, we can calculate what the lifetime benefit will be for that member when they get ready to retire based on those parameters. Now, the final average salary is based on the 3 highest years. All the systems 1, 2, and 3 are vested after 5 years. One of the maybe distinction or the points of normal retirement under KPERS 1 is that 85-point plan. So that's a combination of age and years of service. Whenever that gets to 85 point, the individual is eligible for normal retirement. And so, you know, if they went to work at, 25, then they could, retire at 60 at full retirement and so forth. There's other provisions, age 62 and 10 years or age 65 and 1 years. And you can just see on the right-hand side, a 20-year member, final average salary of $60,000, works 20 years, that KPERS benefit would be around $21,600, 30 years. Again, the other factors are the same, but it's years of service gets it up to about $32,100. On the next page is KPERS 2. Again, it's that same defined benefit plan structure. So final average salary, years of service, multiplier. All the years under KPERS 2 service would be at the 185. KPERS 1 members might have had some years at 175 and then some at 185. 5 years, final average salary, the highest 5 years, vesting after 5 years. And you'll know here in KPERS 3, you'll note normal retirement is age 60 with 30 years or age 65 with 5 years. So the 85-point plan is not part of the KPERS 2 plan design. And I think it's maybe important maybe just to pause. KPERS 2 and KPERS 3 were both created in terms of a legislative response to funding issues within the KPERS system. There were 2 big downturns in the economy. There were 25 years of employers paying less than what they were supposed to. And so, and then of course the market fluctuations, all those caused certainly some challenges in terms of the benefit funding of KPERS. To the credit of, I think, policymakers, both legislature and governor over the years, in this year when KPERS 2 was created, when KPERS 3 was created, it was an attempt to right the ship, the funding of KPERS. When KPERS 3 was created, the funding ratio was down to about 59%. And you want to be at 100%, or at least on your way to 100%. We're currently at about 75%. And in fact, over those, really the funded ratio, so in 2011, it was 59%, and it declined almost 30%. Just in a matter of, I think a little over a decade. And that was some big downturns in the economy, that underfunding. And so the funded ratio, it's kind of hard to imagine, but to think back as we looked, the funding ratio was up, was in the 80% in 2001 before the big downturn, and to think about funded ratio of 80+% is certainly days we can long for, and hopefully we'll get there, and we're headed in the right direction. But both in those times when KPERS 2 was created, when KPERS 3 created, the policymakers took action, either sold pension obligation bonds, additional contributions, increased that minimum required contribution on the employer side, and created then KPERS 3 as part of that. KPERS 3 on slide 8 there is technically still a defined benefit plan, but it has a lot of characteristics like a 401k plan or defined contribution plan. And it's a career average benefit rather than a benefit based on the highest years of salary. And there's some risk sharing between the employer and the employee. 1 and 2, all the risk is on the employer. So if KPERS, the trust fund, the market, there's a big decline, it's the employer that has to step up and make that shortfall. Capers 3 shifted some of that risk to the employees, so it was not all the way there like a 401k, but certainly risk sharing is part of that plan design. And Capers 3 also is a plan by design. Rewards members who join early in their careers and have then a lot of years to accrue interest off their contributions. On slide 9, I guess we just always try to remind people that Capers 3 is not Capers 2 or Capers 1, but there are some characteristics that people, I think, should not lose sight of. One, unlike a 401k, a Capers 3 member never loses what they put in, and they're always fully vested in their own contribution plus interest. When they get ready to retire, they're guaranteed at least 4% interest on their contributions, and then they're guaranteed a lifetime benefit when they get ready to retire. So unlike a 401k, when a person gets ready to retire, whatever's in that 401k when they decide to retire, that's what they're going to have in their retirement days. And so Capers 3, member never loses, guaranteed 4% interest, and they're guaranteed a life benefit. Slide 10, it's kind of a busy slide, but the employees put in 6% for Capers 3 as they do Capers 1 and 2. The employer, they pay the same employer contribution as they do for Capers 1 and Capers 2, but in the individual members, they call it a notational account, their individual account, the 6% goes in there, interest is credited in there, and then there's pay credits that the employer on a notational basis goes in there based on how long the individual works, and that can be anywhere from 3% for the first 1 to 4 years up to 6% once it gets over 24 years of service. They're still vested at 5 years. Again, when they get ready to retire, we take all their contributions plus interest plus those employer pay credits, and then it's annuitized into a lifetime benefit. Slide 11 is the request was also to look at if there wanted to be adjustments to the Capers 3 plan design, what might be some of those levers that policymakers could consider. One would be those employer pay credits. Again, it's currently 3 to 6%. That interest crediting that I mentioned currently is guaranteed at that 4%, and then there's some variable dividend. If the market does well, the trust fund does well, they can share into that, and there's a 5-year average on that. That 4% could be adjusted. And then that annuitization rate, as it's called, so when they get ready to retire, there's an actuarial annuitization rate then that takes that lump sum of money and figures how much will be paid out. Currently, that's annuitization rate is 2% less than the investment rate of return, and we're at 7%, so that gets it down to 5%. That could be adjusted as well. Slide 12 then just looks at kind of a typical an example for a 25-year member, what their annual retirement benefits under Capers 3 plan design with these adjustments that might be. So under Capers 3, based on the assumptions, the 25 years and the salary and so forth, and we've got all that detail, you can see that annual benefit would be about a little over $14,000. If you adjusted pay credits by 1%, that'd go up to $15,600. If you increase that guaranteed interest crediting rate from 4 to 5, that would get that $14,200 to over $16,000. Increase that dividend credit to about $15,100. Raise the annuity rate up to 6. And then if you did all those levers, that would get that $14,200 up to about $20,400. The Capers 2 benefit is about just a little less than $27,000. So still certainly a difference. This, and of course you always have to figure Social Security in that. Almost all of the public employees are Social Security members, so they'll be getting a Social Security benefit as well, and then personal savings as well. I guess the point of that slide, though, is just that there's kind of 4 different levers if you wanted to adjust KPERS 3, and those are just some of the options. Slide 13 just looks at those costs. If you want to start changing any of those levers, and of course they don't have equal impact and hence the cost is different, but increase that employer pay credit by 1%. It would increase the normal cost, the employer's cost by that 0.65, so that's about $38 million to the state for the state school contribution. Increase that guaranteed interest crediting rate by 1%. It's about $72 million. And increase that annuity interest rate, that would cost about $24 million annually going forward. So just briefly, KPERS 3, there is language in the original legislation that allows for adjustments to be made. KPERS 1 and KPERS 2, it's a vested legal right as set out in the statute that says you can't take anything away unless you give a corresponding benefit increase. KPERS 3 could be adjusted going forward as determined by the policymakers. That's really a kind of a brief overview of plan design, and then the other topic was cost of living adjustments for retirees, and certainly be glad to push on to that, Mr. Chair, if that'd be appropriate. Or
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. On slide 15 then, of course, the purpose of cost of living adjustments in terms of a fixed pension benefit, of course, it's going to erode over time due to inflation. Of course, the longer the member lives in retirement, the larger total effect that inflation is going to have. Cost of living adjustments or COLAs is a plan design feature, of course, that helps mitigate that impact of inflation and has the purchasing power of benefits. We just did some studies. For example, a person who retired in 2004, if their average benefit was a little over $10,000, today that average, the purchasing power of that benefit would be a little over $6,000. On slide 16, just the note in terms of some plans, some public pension plans, there's an automatic retirement adjustment. It may be, indexed to the CPIU, and maybe it's capped. It may be, if the trust, that respective trust fund does well, then maybe then there's a cost of living adjustment with the retirees, or it's an ad hoc one, and that's what we have in Kansas. Of course, there's no statutory requirement to provide a cost of living adjustment. It's up to the legislature to make that decision. And so unless the legislature acts, there cannot be a cost of living adjustment. On slide 17, just looks at some national data. There's about 101 public sector pension plans, and that's because, like in Missouri, they have a separate plan for state employees. They have a separate plan for school employees. They have a separate plan for local employees, so that gets you to the 101 public sector plans. Of those, 74 plans have some type of automatic COLA for their retirees, and 27 then, of course, including Kansas, then utilize that ad hoc approach to any cost of living adjustments. Of those that are automatic, tying that cost of living adjustment to the consumer price index seems to be one of the most common ones. Slide 18 just provides some of the history of COLAs. Again, it's not part of the plan design to provide that. When KPERS was created in 1961, there have been a few little, variances to that. When KPERS 2 was initially created, there was an automatic 2% COLA. When it was created in 2007, that was removed in 2012, but there are 5 members of the KPERS 2 retirees that are receiving an automatic COLA. KPERS 3 by design does have a self-funded COLA of either 1 or 2%, so the member can elect to take that 1 or 2% automatic adjustment, but they're going to, if they do that, then there's an actuarial reduction in their monthly benefit to help fund then that cost of living. It's really a self-funded cost of living adjustment. And there's 75 KPERS 3 members that have elected that and are receiving a COLA through that self-funded mechanism. And then there was a 13th check benefit paid from 1980 to 1987 when it was closed to new participants, and there's still about 500 members who receive that 13th check benefit. But no other KPERS, KPNF, or judge members receive a cost of living adjustment. Slide 19 just gives you a little bit of the history of what the legislature has done on an ad hoc basis for cost of living adjustments for retirees, both permanent and one-time. Throughout the history of the plan, there have been 16 permanent adjustments. Most recently, the last one was in 1998, and it was 3%, a permanent 3%. And then there have been 5 one-time benefit payments, most recently in 2008, applied to members, but the member had to be retired 10 years, so that gets you back to 1998. So no cost of living adjustments have been approved by the legislature since 2008, and there's about 11,000 members who have met the criteria to receive at least one of these cost of living adjustments since they retired. So that's about 9.5% of our retirees and beneficiaries. So about 90% have never received a cost of living adjustment. And then just the costs of cost of living adjustments, and of course, so they're not pre-funded, so it means you've got to pay for it, add it to the unfunded liability, or pay for it when the benefit is granted. And of course, the plan design can have lots of variable. Of course, it could be automatic, could be ad hoc, could be one-time, could be permanent, could be adjustments to the base benefits. There could be compound adjustments. Really, you could almost sort of back into a COLA. If you were interested in that, you could say, as a legislature, you want to spend $100 million, and we could say, here's some examples of how that cost of living adjustment could be granted. The 1%, there can be the 1% compounding permanent would increase the unfunded liability by about 7%, which is about $760 million. And would increase the normal cost of that annual employer contribution rate by about $66 million. And you can see 2% and 3%. It's not exactly lineal, but it would increase liabilities 2% at 16% and 3% at 26%. And then on slide 27, just some kind of the final information on costs. Again, that 1% automatic COLA would increase liabilities by about $760 million, or about $66 million annually for the state school group. And again, the state pays the entire employer contribution for all local school employees as part of state support for K through 12. Or you could do it another way. We were requested to calculate how many current of the 116,000 retirees could receive a one-time 5% benefit increase for all future years, starting with members that retired the longest. And so if you did it, that they were retired prior to 1998, that 5% would cost about $25 million, applied about 7,800. If you did 5%, but retired prior to July 1st, 2001, it's about 13,000 members, 50 million, or 5% increase for about 22,000 members who retired prior to July 1st of 2005, $100 million. So again, cost of living adjustments, not part of the plan design, can be done however the legislature would like to structure it. But certainly in Kansas, the model has been an ad hoc adjustment at various times. And Mr. Chair, I might stop at that point and see if there's anything else.
All right, thank you.
I could help.
Thank you, Director. So the one reason why I wanted to have Capers discuss is because there have been, well, I want to point out, the private sector doesn't offer pensions anymore. And so this is a benefit that even though Capers 3 is kind of like a hybrid, it's still, as Senator Billinger and I were talking, it's still better than a 401k. There's actually a guarantee, and it's actually structured better. And so we wanted to have a discussion in regards to benefits that are offered to our state employees, and one of those is obviously a retirement benefit. That being said, there has been a lot of discussion in the past couple of years, especially with the ending balances, which, as all of us are aware, that we will not have the ending balance that we had in the State General Fund when we start session next week. But there's been discussion about eliminating Capers 3 and moving the beneficiaries of that to Capers 2. Just so everybody knows, what would the cost be to that?
The normal cost is about, the normal cost of it would be about $440 million, and then the ongoing cost, so that $440 million would roll to the unfunded liability if it's not paid, and then the normal cost, the increase would be about 1.1% in that employer contribution, which is probably about $67 million annually for the state school group. So $440 million to the unfunded liability, and annually, let's say about $67 million.
So, I mean, this is just my personal opinion. Eliminating Capers 3 is not an option. Now, adjustments can be made that you had mentioned, but eliminating it is not an option. Especially all the progress that we've made with the unfunded liability in the last few years, we would just set ourselves back if we would attempt to do that, plus be an annual cost as well. And then obviously there's also been a discussion in regards to COLAs, which you pointed out that would have an impact on the unfunded liability as well. Again, this is a pension system, and it is what you know what you're going to be getting as a benefit by the years of service and your salary when you retire. And I know there's been discussion about COLAs in the last few years as well, but again, those come with a cost as well. Any questions for Director Conroy? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just looking at the cost estimates of the impact of different adjustments, and haven't finished my math, but it looks like the increasing the annuity interest, the third that you offer, this is on slide 13, only costs $24.2 million, but I'm not sure how much less. It seems to more significantly increase the annuity rate.
That is correct. I mean, the one, that guaranteed interest crediting rate currently from 4 to 5 would, of course, is the most expensive. I guess that other line there just maybe above it, but that has the most impact on the monthly benefit too as well. So again, you could turn those dials. You could, depending on how much money you want to spend or how much you want to increase it, but the annuity interest rate by 1% is the cheapest there at $24 million annually.
But still gives some significant increase to the members. Thank you.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you for being here today.
Certainly.
A couple of things. You mentioned that we are at 75% now?
Yes, sir.
Good. I wondered the last couple of years of push that. On this Tier 3, is there an option for people to do their own 401k, and will the state match any of that if they do their own?
The short answer is no. I mean, state employees, and we have about 400 other employers that are affiliated with Capers 457, which is a defined contribution plan, deferred comp plan, and so they can put their own money in that. It's mainly employee money. There's a few employers that have some type have set up, it's a 401A, but anyway, it's where they will match or give some additional contribution to the deferred comp plan. And then it's the state, when the deferred comp plan was established, maybe back in the 80s, there's statutory provision that the state could provide matching contributions for state employees to that deferred comp plan, but it's never been funded. So
I just wondered if that would be another option. You know, we're talking about options and trying to improve KPERS 3, and I was just curious if that might be an option where, you know, if you had your own 401k before you even became employed at the state, that, you know, that whichever agency it is you could say, okay, I want 6%, and the state would say, okay, we'll match that or a certain percentage or whatever.
That's right. And you certainly hit on a good point. Some of those in other plan designs, it may be dollar for dollar match. It may be maybe every $2 the employee puts in, the employer puts in $1. Again, it could be, and that, I mean, you could, in some ways, it doesn't add to the unfunded liability. Because it goes into that deferred comp plan. And so that would be another advantage, you know, a consideration there.
And that was one of the main considerations when we started changing to Tier 3 was trying to get the state off the hook on this unfunded liability. So thank you.
Any further questions for Director Conroy? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you for your presentation. What was the dollar figure on our last reading of unfunded liabilities?
About the state school, about 6.3 billion with a B.
6.3,
if
okay.
I'm remembering correctly, I think.
Okay. What was it, 9.7 not too long ago? Has there been that big an improvement on that?
The total unfunded liability for the entire system is 9.7. The state school part is 6.2. So locals and KP&F and judges would make up that difference between the 6.2 and the 9.7.
Okay. And then a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I was looking through something the other day, and this is like 10 years ago, like 2013, 2014. That was our unfunded liabilities like 9.7 at that time, between 2 and 3. It come off a presentation that was being made. So if you look at that, we really haven't, in the last 10 years, that number's kind of, it's went down and up, but we're kind of where we was at 10 years ago. Is that possible?
It could be, but of course, don't forget the covered payrolls going up.
Yeah.
And the number of retirees are going up. So that helps drive, I think, some of that system.
Okay.
Costs, I guess.
I'll do a 101 with him one of these days.
Representative Estes. Representative Estes. Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Alan. One more quick question. What's the total we have invested now?
We're right around $28 billion with a B.
28.
Yeah.
And that, to Senator Fagg's question, I mean, that's the big change, is the total dollars. Thank you.
Representative Carlin.
Thanks. There's a lot of change, but not that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alan, in the past, I've heard you tell us when we ask what % of earnings you made in this year or within the last year or something. Where are we earnings-wise now?
We're, of course, trying to close out the calendar year, but we're probably right around just slightly below 10% for the calendar year that just concluded. Of course, the assumed rate of return is that we'd get 7%. But.
Any other further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Alan, for being here. And now for the final item on our agenda. Sorry about the delay, Secretary. Board have the Department of Corrections salary adjustments. So Secretary Jeff Zamuda with the Kansas Department of Corrections. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We'll get our presentation set up here. Can you get to the... Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yep, think so. All right. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Zamuda. I serve as the Secretary for Kansas Department of Corrections. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for having me here this afternoon to present this information to you. Really appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to take a few minutes and share information related to our current staffing levels, the 24/7 facility pay plan, implementation of the statewide pay plan for this fiscal year, and the impact compensation has had on our staffing vacancies. Before I move into the presentation, I want to take a moment and thank you for your investment in compensation for our employees. It has made a significant difference in reducing vacancies and impacting staffing levels, particularly within our uniform positions. Information on this slide reflects categories and numbers of FTEs at each work unit within the agency to include 8 adult and 1 juvenile correctional facilities, and our central office or headquarters and parole, which are combined in budgetarily in 1 work unit. Uniform staff account for approximately 62% of total KDOC workforce. That's correctional officers, correctional supervisors, and the different categories within there. We have 1,278 Correctional Officer 1 FTEs, 406 Correctional Officer 2. Those are lead workers in the Correctional Officer category, and that's a total of about 1,684 total FTEs in the Correctional Officer ranks. Of the 488.1 FTE within central office, 123 are parole officers and supervisors. The remaining are support positions for the agency, whether it be HR, legal, accounting, auditing, fiscal, what have you. A little bit about the 24/7 facility pay plan. Funding appropriated for the differentials associated with that pay plan became available in January of 2022. And as a reminder of the eligibility for our staff, differential 1 was allocated to employees assigned to a correctional facility, and that was $1.50 an hour. Differential 2, if you were a uniform staff, counselor, or unit team at a correctional facility, you received $2 an hour. Differential 3 is really targeted on medical professionals. We only had 1 individual in the organization that received differential 3, as most of our medical, all of our medical services are contracted. That was a $4.50 cent per hour differential. And then differential 4 was to be awarded when facilities hit a vacancy threshold of 25% or greater at the facility. And that was $2.50 per hour. Beginning of this fiscal year, differentials 1, 2, and 3 were converted into base pay for those who were eligible for those, and differential 4 remains available for high vacancy rates. There was a statewide pay plan that you funded for this fiscal year, and was implemented in our agency. And just a recap of that, it was based on the most recent market study. If an individual is more than 10% below market, they were brought to within 10% of market or 5%, whichever was greater. If they fell between 9% under market and 10% over market, they received 5%. If they were 10% over market, they received 2.5%, and classifications not in the market study received 5%. The vast majority of most KDOC staff received a 5% increase. About 67% of our staff received a straight 5%. That includes those excluded from the market study and those between 9% under and 10% above market. We had no staff that were over the 10% above market and received the 2.5% increase. The base pay increases associated with the differentials from the 24/7 facility pay plan were added after implementation of the statewide pay plan. A little bit about impact on vacancies. This slide reflects number of uniform vacancies in adult facilities, January 2022 through December 2024. And the orange vertical bars that are associated with those yellow boxes that you see indicate initiation of pay differentials or base pay increases, just kind of some markers in time. We've had a significant decrease in position vacancies. We had 450 uniformed vacancies in January of 2022. That was 231 at the end of calendar year 2024. Very significant. That's in our adult facilities. And then in our one juvenile facility, which is reflected on this slide, again, you've got some vertical bars there that are pay indicators. This slide covers March 2023 through December 2024. Seen a steady decline in vacancies. We had 75 uniform vacancies in March of 22, and that's 13 near the end of calendar year 2024. So again, I want to thank you for the investment in our workforce. The information on this slide really reflects the positive impact that investment has had. It goes from right to left, the different fiscal years, 22, 23, 24, and 25. At the end of calendar year 2024, vacancy rates in uniform positions were 12% in our adult facilities and 7% in our juvenile facility. We'd seen those rates as high as the upper 20% range during the pandemic. So that's a significant increase. The pay plans, coupled with focused efforts on recruitment, has resulted in a 54% decline in the average vacancy rate among uniform positions since fiscal year 2022. Starting wage for a CO1, Correctional Officer 1, that's a new hire, is $23.31 an hour. The median wage for a CO1 in an adult facility is $27.61, and the median pay for a Correctional Officer 1 in a juvenile facility is $26.29. Makes us very much competitive out there in the market. So again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Stand prepared to respond to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I guess one of the questions that I have is, and we've talked about this today, about trying to address the correctional facilities as regional markets. And for example, today we had with Norton, very close to a correctional facility in Nebraska who pays a higher rate that might be impacting the vacancy rate and the pay of those in Norton. And so we challenged the Department of Administration to kind of look at that in regards to corrections and with the state hospitals. And I didn't know if there was any internal analysis that has been done by the Department of Corrections in regards to that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we haven't done any internal analysis on it. I can give you a little anecdotal information that I get from the warden out in Norton. Two factors that are really impacting us out in the Norton area are housing and daycare. Housing probably being number one. We've had a couple handfuls of individuals willing to relocate from outside the area, some of them from out of state, and come to work for us at the facility, and they just can't find any housing, not even affordable housing, just any housing. There's nothing out there. Those are what are driving us the biggest. I don't hear from our folks that the facilities in Nebraska are a big driver. It's more housing and daycare.
Right, well, that was brought up 2 years ago when we had this committee, and then it was brought up today by Craig when he gave his presentation. The other thing, especially in regards to El Dorado, are we at a more competitive rate now than with the local law enforcement in
Mr.
regards to
Chairman,
the
members,
county
yes, I
jail?
believe we are. Yes, I believe we are. Our issue, our recruitment has improved dramatically with the pay rates, improved dramatically. Our retention needs to get better. You know, a lot of people come, they don't know what it is. It's not for everybody, and so we have still a fairly high amount of turnover, people coming and going. But what has changed dramatically is our people, our ability to attract people and get them to come and give it a try. And we're hiring all kinds of people.
None of those an issue
Absolutely.
in regards, especially El Dorado.
Yeah, much better
much
today.
better.
Much
Okay.
better.
Good. Any questions for the secretary? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to Norton on the housing, and I understand the housing situation everywhere, but it's the same number of people that I mean, you haven't increased the number of guards that you need, right? So over time, it's basically the same number of guards. So are people retiring that live there and then not moving, and so there's no housing? Is that what it is? Or, I mean, what's the I keep hearing housing, but yet the prison's been there forever. So why all of a sudden now is housing an issue?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, it's a great question. I don't have any data on it. The kind of the things that I see are that maybe there's other industry coming into the area competing for. Yeah, I think there's a finite resource number of workforce there. I don't know if it's aging out. I don't know if the population of the county has reduced since we opened the facility years ago. Today, we're not fully open at that facility. We have a full unit mothballed there just to help us with our staffing. Norton is our biggest struggle for staffing there. I think when we looked at the peak of our troubles, difficulties hiring staff at Norton, we looked at the unemployment filings in the 3 or 4 surrounding counties. There weren't hardly any. Everybody was working. So I just think it's a very competitive market, maybe a limited number of people, and maybe the dynamic has changed over the years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to say my in-laws live in Norton, and actually my father-in-law was a corrections officer at Norton Correctional Facility when he retired. And we were just there for, Christmas, and the population is declining in Norton County. Well, you represent it. And so I would say, I don't know, like what Representative Hoffman says, it's like in the last few years, housing and daycare has always been the prime issues. And now Norton is actually very fortunate that they live within the jurisdiction of the Dane G. Hansen Foundation. And we have actually invested dollars with Dane G. Hansen in regards to both daycare and housing. So if that's an issue, then I would probably maybe reach out to the Dane G. Hansen Foundation and see exactly what they can do in regards to the correctional facilities in Norton and Ellsworth, because Ellsworth falls in there as well. And I don't know if Ellsworth, I represent Ellsworth, but I haven't heard any, and maybe your department has, in regards to housing and daycare issues in Ellsworth, but I haven't heard any.
Yeah.
But both of those fall within the blueprint or the footprint of the Dane G. Hansen Foundation, which in the last couple of years, we've addressed both of those issues, and they're supposed to be working on programs for the 28 counties within their footprint. Representative Francis, then Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at the impact on the vacancies that you had, the slide where it showed the declining number of vacancies. And by the way, great work lowering the vacancies. I know when I was chair of your budget committee, it was an incredibly big problem, and you guys have done a lot of work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your work. But I noticed in about October, it looks like it kind of bottomed out, and we're starting to see a increase. Is that just a seasonal increase, do you think, or is there something underneath that's driving the increased vacancies?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think it's a bit seasonal. To the best of our knowledge, that's what it is. Our emphasis, I think, again, I think we're very competitive with the salary, and I think we're working, turning a lot of effort to is creating the best work environment possible so we can retain those people. So I believe it's seasonal. It kind of comes up and down. We've got a little bit of a spike here since October.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, and keep up the good work. I echo what Representative Francis said about your good job in lowering the vacancies. And just a couple of quick notes on Norton. Norton's got a lot going on besides the prison. They've got some industry there. They have Garmin there. I don't know if you knew Garmin's there. They've got Natoma does a lot of aluminum shelving and carts and things that go to all these warehouses across the United States. And there's a lot of competition for good workers there. In addition to that, you go roughly 30 minutes to the east, and at Phillipsburg, they've added on to their ethanol plant, and you know, they were looking for 60 people there. And I mean, there's just a lot going on in that area. Hog farms, I mean, feedlots, there's a lot of stuff. So it is difficult. I really appreciate you telling us that you've mothballed part of it. You've sized the prison according to staffing. That's something we need to do, you know, not only at the prison, but when we were talking earlier. That's something we need to look at Larned and these other places where, you know, you're just going to have to figure out what the staffing is, and that's how many beds you can do. You can't have 30 more beds and spend $60 million a year on travelers. I mean, we got to get smart about this. So anyway, thank you. You're doing a good job.
Thanks, Senator.
Any further questions for the Secretary? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here and for the recent tours of some of your facilities. So you mentioned daycare, and we talked about that when we talked about the hospital facilities. That was something they also identified for workforce. What's the hours of do you have 8-hour shifts or 12-hour shifts? Do you know some of the challenges about daycare being available?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Senator, great question. We're on 8-hour shifts. We were on some 12s during the height of the pandemic when our staffing shortages were so severe, but we're away from those now. So 8-hour shifts is our traditional shift. 3 shifts. We have a fair amount of single parents that work for us, and unless they have family or really good friends, it's hard to get daycare for that overnight shift. And if you come to us, you're new to us, don't have a lot of seniority, you're probably going to the overnight or the evening shift, and there's just not a lot of daycare facilities that are able to provide that today. So if we could develop a benefit like that or something, it would be a huge recruitment and retention tool for us, as I'm sure it would be for the state hospitals.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. And I had mentioned earlier, we have a pretty active early childhood education caucus. And I know that they would be interested in looking at some of these issues and how we could help with our investments. Would you be able to put together some idea of the number of people who would be looking for daycare? You know, and I'm sure that would have something to do with how many staff you have, and then, you know, does 10% or 15% be interested in that? Could help that caucus say, you know, what's possible, because I know they're looking at different models throughout the state to try to address this, and I would appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we could put together something and get that to you. You bet.
Any further questions for the Secretary? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, and go enjoy the snow.
Yes, safe travels.
All right, I believe I got everybody's vouchers, and so I already have those two turned in to Susan. Okay, and Before we leave, Senator McGinn.
I heard that we have an answer on my question this morning and I'd like to have that brought up. I don't know who's going to answer that. About clawback and
May I?
non-compete clauses.
Jill.
Okay, so I think we could investigate it and see if we can do it. I'm not aware of any current statute that would prohibit it, but I think we need to look at like what you're wanting to look or what you're wanting to do, and then we could directly answer that question.
Well, and did I hear other states are doing this?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, there are other states and examples I've seen where there's non-compete clauses, also disgorgement, like agreements where someone has to agree to work there for 6 months or else they lose like a bonus, so they have to sort of pay it back. There's been a variety of states that have used those for hard-to-match occupations.
Okay, thank you, and may I continue? So I think this is something that we should look at if we are going to go into these bonus programs or incentive programs, because as we heard from the KBI, we're spending thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and to train people to go out into the private sector. And so, I mean, this has been a challenge forever for the public institutions, not just here, county levels, everywhere else. But finding out that other states are doing it, I think it'd be something to take a look at. And, you know, we may not go the full effect, but we could go partial so that people would be more focused on having their career as a state employee rather than looking down the road to work at a private business someday. So thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a senator that this will be her last meeting.
I was going to say that.
And I had a 30-minute speech, but I know we got to go somewhere. But I did want to say that she was a roommate of mine up on the second floor for a year as when I was a freshman, and I learned a lot from her, and I want to tell her thank you as an individual. I want to thank her as being part of the Senate. I want to thank her for being part of the legislature. I want to thank her as people of Kansas. I had a firsthand knowledge of what Carolyn was doing, and I appreciate that. And there'll be things that she's did that will affect this state for years. And Senator McGinn, I want to tell you thank you. So let's give her a round of applause.
Senator Francisco.
I was going to as well offer my thanks. I've had the joy of working with Senator McGinn on several committees and certainly on the floor for the last 20 years. I appreciate what she's brought up. It was particularly helpful for me in my first year serving as a ranking for her to be the chair. I've learned a lot, and I agree that people of Kansas have gotten their money's worth during the last 20 years.
Senator Bellinger.
I want to also thank Senator McGinn. You've given a lot for not only the 20 years here at the state capitol, but at local politics, county commissioner, and so forth. And your institutional knowledge and your smile is going to be missed around there. So thank you for all you've done.
Anyone else? So I would probably going to give my accolades to Senator McGinn as well, because she was actually instrumental in teaching me negotiating tactics in regards when we would have to go to conference committee. Right when we came down from the first year I was appropriations chair, she was in my office before I got to my office from the House floor saying what amendments she would accept and not that were done on the floor. And I've learned that tactic and carried it through, as Senator Bellinger knows, and also Representative Hoffman. But no, I want to thank you for all your years of service and what you've done for the state, and also for what you've done to me as a friend. So thank you.
Well, can I?
Yes, you may.
Thank you all for the very nice comments, and I figured if you let Senator Fagg talk for 30 minutes, he'd talk about all the things I nagged him about. But anyway, I just want to say, I tell people all the time how blessed I have been to grow and learn with all my colleagues and learn from them, but mostly to learn and grow from your constituency. I've learned a lot from the people of my district, and I've learned a lot from the people across the state of Kansas, and I've made many, many very good friends that I will always cherish. So I'm very blessed to have had this opportunity. Thank you.
All right. With that, we are adjourned and next Monday.